Can't hear me because I was muted. So now I'm not. Hi, good to see you, everybody. Yeah, I claim actually my cast was not muted, but I was because I'm a pro streamer and, I had things turned off. It's only been 2 years, folks. What do you expect? What do you expect, from a high quality production like this one? Anyway, like I said, Alicia will be joining us in just a few minutes. Until she does, we're going to go around and meet our cast and see how they all are doing today. We will go ahead and start with Templar Warding.
Hello, I am Templar Warden. I am playing the tobacco wizard hidden by Axel, who is not a lich. He's somewhat of a dad, also somewhat cursed. There's a lot of things going on, and I think he's quite happy to have had a week before the solstice to take time for himself.
Get things a little sorted and sorted. Next up, we have Tree Hugging Druid, who is battling a dog or a computer or something.
A little bit of both. Hi, I am Tree Hugging Druid. I play Celia Rollerin, our high elf monk. Not monk. She's not a monk. She's a rogue, man.
What a week you've had.
Wow.
I'm losing it, guys. I'm sleepy. I have way too many characters that I have to juggle. And that's what I'm going to blame it on.
There you go. Next up, we have Bird versus Plane, tanned and relaxed, back from vacation-ish.
Yes, we have Burn versus Plane. I'm going to be playing Iskatul, the half-elf bard turned gunslinger, who's had kind of a weird go of it here in Falcon's Crest. So today we get to find 3 preordained items of destiny to stick into my boyfriend's mural to travel to a forgotten battlefield. And I hope we get some tea as well.
And there you have it. I don't know how to follow up that one, but if anyone can do it, it is Good Guy Pie.
Well, it could be more than tea. It could be death as well. I'm Good Guy Pie. I will be playing Look, Gold Heart Adventure Extraordinaire all the way from Elevation Pit. And you know what? I've been going on walks. And they're fine. I have done nothing bad.
Insight check.
Well, yeah, you just lost all confidence.
What do you
You're
think?
like me with your money.
Yeah, what kind of trouble could Luck possibly get into if left alone with Axel? Can't imagine. Can't imagine.
Nothing.
Next up, we have Dragons Are Cats. Inspiration for all players from Kentucky Hawkeye, plus 1 inspiration for Bird.
Thank you.
You're going to need it.
Yeah, you're gonna need it, Bird. I mean, is that did you ask us Esther out in your head, or is this official thing now? Because if you learn from Vidar, who I'll be playing tonight, our Moon Elf Warlock Hexblade to Lysithia, the Soulforged Eclipse. Technically never asked Celia out at all, so what does it matter? We're sending a great principal here. And I'm excited. I spent 3 days up on the roof playing with my sword.
Playing with your sword. Yeah.
Training with my sword.
For some reason, I think this was deliberate slip.
Well.
Keep
He's
it PG.
discovering his new form, guys.
And discovered
What's happening here?
Oh,
As-
that's worse.
Vidal learned that lesson quite quickly in that first day because someone had to correct him.
Anyway.
And it wasn't.
Yeah. So. We're going to bring this back in a little bit. So anyway, our party, after traversing around Falcon's Crest, having quite a few adventures, finally were able to track down the Eternal Keepers, these secret keepers of old and legend that Templar Warden's character, Axel, had been looking for. He has been sort of on a quest over these last mini sessions to become a member, or to certainly find more about them, having sort of been kicking off his adventures with hey, go find out more about the world and tell us about it, from one of their members. After finally tracking them down, they did find some key pieces of information they needed. One, which is Iska, in her search for a missing Song of Fate, knew she needed to find the battlefield of the Last Army, this very mysterious location shrouded by fate that is apparently where the last army of the humans in the big human-elven war disappeared. The interesting part is after the army disappeared, the elves immediately surrendered to the to the humans. Even though, by all intents and purposes, they had destroyed their last army, there was no defenses left of Falcon's Crest, the human capital, yet they arrived at their doorstep and unconditionally surrendered to the humans. It has been a mystery for the last 2,500 years in our world of what happened that day and on that battlefield. After searching around, finding the Eternal Keepers, finding out that they themselves wanted to know, they had a last piece of a puzzle, something that none of them were able to figure out because the clues needed to have relevance, and that relevance was to our players and their characters themselves. After much muddling through, they did finally figure it out and realize that it surrounds Iska, who is a singer of fate, and that it is, in fact, pieces of her past that need to come together that will somehow break through this shroud of fate that has hidden this battlefield for years and years to come, has hidden the battlefield for the last 2,500 years. In order for them to go and potentially find this next song of fate that she's looking for, who she's in a race against her arch nemesis Bati, who they've had pretty bad run-ins with so far. In fact, shattering Lysithea, Vidar's patron and sentient sword, with its sister sword. Hey, Babunsky, with a rating part of 10. Thank you. Welcome. So, we did a little bit of time hop over since we were off last week as folks were on vacation and had things going on over the holiday weekend here in the States. And we've been texting back and forth a lot to see what everyone has been up to. Sorry, just need to make sure that wasn't my parents. Find out what everybody has been up to. And we will tune back in. Having 4.5 days having passed since they figured out the riddle, it is the morning of Solstice Eve, the day before the big Solstice Festival. Solstice is a hugely celebrated festival here in Falcon's Crest. It is a part of almost like Christmas, but it happens midsummer. And we are here on the eve of what will be the longest day of the year. And the party awakens to get ready as there are many, many things to be done. Before we dive in, I do want to just remind everyone that our channel is run 100% for charity. This month we are supporting Dedicated Endeavors, which is a 501c that was formed by one of my good friends, starting off as a group to help out soldiers suffering from PTSD. It is now expanded to beyond that to military personnel with all types of mental health issues that they might need help with, to give them education and resources that they might need. They do lots of events around the country, a lot of times being rucks, which is when you basically go on a hike in sort of full combat burdened. They also have a big fantasy ball, which is coming up next month. You can follow the link down below to either donate or in the text, click on their link to find out more about their organization. With that, as the party awakes on Solstice Eve, the first thing that we need to get through is a large package has arrived for all of our adventurers. It is from an old friend, Beauregard Lindfort. And it's actually from lots of old friends in our chat, including Tree Hugging Druid, Kentucky Hawkeye, Tweeter of Vecna, New Titans, Wandering Silence, Timbar Warden, as today is the day that your solstice gifts have arrived. So,
Aww. Yay!
So this is from our donations down below. Ever since our Toys for Tots campaign, we have been gathering donations for solstice gifts. And the way they work, it is an uncommon magical item. On the way this works is you first roll a d7, which says what page you're on, then a d20. If for some reason you roll a natural 20, it will upgrade the item to the next level of rarity. You are allowed to spend mulligans on this, as was established by our good friend Alicia, as she is in it to win it. But we will start off, and hopefully she'll be here by the end. If not, when she joins us, we will jump in. But we're just going to go down the list here as I pulled them out of our donations. Vidar, you, as the bag is opened, your buddy, Mr. Linfort, there are 2 boxes that are addressed to you. I need you to roll. Let's do one then the other. Roll me a d7.
Ooh. I go to the first box, the box on the right. As I'm opening up, I'm just like, I don't know how to type. Splash R1D7. I don't know how to roll 20.
/R 1d7.
One.
Only been a week.
Are you serious, dude? It's been 1 week.
It's been 1 week.
This is how Roll20 works. You really need to keep up practice,
Yeah,
otherwise.
it's like coding apparently.
Good lord, buddy. Okay, roll me a d20.
It's
That one, there's like
6:21
auto
in the
rolls.
morning.
Just click the button.
Yes, it's 6:20 in the morning. Let me live my best life. No.
13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Is this
8,
the new
9,
keychain
10,
I asked
11,
Linford for?
12, 13. Interesting.
Does it match the tray?
As you actually, in a weird Western way, it does. You bring out a orb that is made of frosted crystal. When you're holding the orb, it shields you from a particular type of energy. Anytime you take damage of that type, reduce it by 1d4. It is a orb of shielding, and as the dice would tell it, it is cold, believe it or not. It is a orb of cold shielding.
Yay!
So it does take attunement, but it will reduce cold damage to you by 1d4.
Ooh, that is nice. That's nice. Yay! Overshooting.
And it fits right
Yes.
in with your frost decor.
Very much so. I'm just like, this guy knows me so well.
Yeah, Linford, you all are buddies, man. So roll me another
Yeah.
d7. You don't have to type again, even. You can use that, re-roll. If you know how to do that. Never mind. I won't confuse you.
just type.
I'm nailing this today. 7.
On a 3. Go ahead and roll me a d20.
Ooh, 11.
11.
Interesting. This is something you actually are familiar with. I believe the party has one or had one. It is a horn of silent alarm. It has 4 charges. One creature of your choice can hear the horns blare within 600 feet of you. And if they're not deafened, no one else can hear the sound coming from it. There's Alicia.
I bring up the horn. I'm just like, oh, what a thoughtful gift. Doesn't Luna already have one of these? I don't know. I say, good morning, Luna. As she's still a black screen, as I'm just looking at that now. I didn't realize that. I'm so sorry.
She's having a sleep in.
Yep, she's having a sleep in.
The
Gets
lights
back
are still
from
up in the tub.
Yep. Next up, we'll go ahead and go with Axel. Axel,
Oh, right here.
in this wonderful box of goodies, you actually find 3 gifts that have your name on it. So go ahead and roll me up those D7s followed by the D20s.
I actually have to get in because it broke on me.
Well,
Been 1 week, man. Come on.
Shh.
I was gonna say all of our southern hemisphere folks.
We're
Yeah, well,
currently upside down.
it's the southern hemisphere. What do you expect? Nothing's going to work down here. It's
The,
all
the dice
upside
roll,
down.
the dice roll backwards.
Yeah.
As you can see, my coffee is pouring upwards. falling
All
out
right,
the-
there we go. So let's roll d20 plus 7
a D7, then a D20.
numbers.
Tell you
Come
what,
on.
we'll introduce Luna while you're rolling. Alicia, tell us about yourself and who you're playing.
Hello, everybody. Sorry I'm late, but I heard gifts and came running.
There you go.
I'm an NNG9. I play Luna, our water genasi monk / cleric, and she's just having a sleeping bath, probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's been a week. I don't know.
You know, taking her time in the tub this morning. But yes, so we are rolling up our gifts from the solstice.
Oh, I know. I wasn't kidding about the heard the gifts and came running.
Oh, cool. There you go. So a 5, and then go ahead and roll me a D20.
It doesn't want to work today. It's taking its time rolling the dice.
It's taking its sweet time, which is fine. It's the anticipation of solstice morning. On an 18.
Opening up all the presents, leaving the paper weird for the cat to play with.
Interesting. You pull out, Linford, he's got a good eye. And what you find is it's a glove. It's like a gauntlet. It is your, let's see, which hand is your rotting hand?
Right.
Right. It is a left. It is black. It is like cloth, sort of like a heavy, heavy hide gauntlet, and it is smoldering. Wisps of harmless smoke come off of it, sort of to try to give you the matching look of your necrotic energy off of one, and sort of this is smoldering. This is a smoldering gauntlet.
He's not a lich, I swear.
I was gonna say our edgy cat.
That's really fancy.
And then you've got you got one more, a 7 and a 20, please. So tell you what, is everyone ripping in? We'll go ahead and, because I know Luna's excited. Luna, you go ahead and give me your 7 and a 20 as well, as you find 2 gifts in there for you.
Can do. A D7 and a D20?
D7 and then a D20.
Okay.
And you are welcome to spend those mulligans on the D20 roll if you would like.
Yep.
She's
Luna on the 7. So go ahead and roll me a D20. Let's see if you can make it 2 for 2. Make it 2
come on.
top rolls.
Come on.
Okay. 17's pretty good. I will. Wait, actually, hold on. How many do I have?
Well, so here's the thing. That D20, so if you're, that is just to check a D20, because on the 7th page, there aren't 20 items, so I need to roll, you will roll 1, 2, 3,
okay.
4, 5, 6, 7. I need you to roll another D7 for the actual item on the 7th page, but that was to see whether or not it was the upgrade. And go ahead and be rolling yours, Axel, if you can get it to go through.
5.
On a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, of course you got this. Wand of Smiles. You got the wand covered with the little smiling teeth. Perhaps, this one, it might be that this was passed from Linfort, from your training partner to try to help you out with your consort training. Maybe, Linford's a smart guy. He might have heard of your trials. But yeah, so a Wand of Smiles to Luna.
That way she doesn't have to do it. Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Dink. That next one coming up for you, Axel, or do we want to go ahead and give it a try when you can? Go ahead, Luna. You can roll your second one. Four and then a 20, please. On a 10. Keeping it. It's party time. I should get like joyous music on here. On a 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ooh, actually, this, you know, that Linford, he really knows. You get a orb of direction, knowing that you were a cartographer. While holding this orb, you can use the action to determine which way is north.
Hey, cool.
Cool. So there are your two. And you know what? I am going to find a little bit happier music as we're having a good time around the old solstice tree.
Do you remember
Yeah, right?
21st night of September?
We'll do this. We'll do my old favorite. We'll do Luck's favorite song.
Aw, this is really nice.
So, next up, Axel, if we can get your rolls, we'll fit them in whenever we can get them in. Next up, we have Iska with 2 presents in the box. What's in the box? A
415.
4 and a 15. 4 and a 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You also get a solstice ornament, a ball that is a orb of shielding. It is for force damage,
Nice.
which, you know, force
That's
damage
great.
does not have
Wow.
many ways to counter it.
Wow,
So that's
really,
actually pretty good.
that's really good.
That's perfect. I mean, I saw Bati use some of his armor to kind of change and reflect stuff, so now I got some of my own.
Yep, absolutely.
And then I still have one more.
Yep, you still have one more.
4 and
Ooh, nat 20 upgrade. So we
So-
go to the uncommon items. I now need you to roll a d7 again. On a 2, roll me another d20.
okay. 7.
7. 1, 2,
Come on.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Interesting. Item you've all had before, but you had already used. As you pull it out, you're kind of wondering what it is. It is sort of almost like a little bag of glitter. At first, you're kind of wondering, is this just party glitter or something? But Cilia immediately goes, nope, that's dust of disappearance. Lets you turn invisible for 2d4
Yes!
minutes.
Heck yeah. Awesome.
You and each creature and object within 10 feet of you become invisible for 2d4 minutes.
Yeah. There's a moment then that, like, I mean, it's Fate playing again because she's been hanging out with Cilia and, like, getting used to Cilia's world, and now she can totally just emulate Cilia and disappear.
Yep.
Awesome.
Did you vanish?
Sweet. Those are your rolls that came through. Look at you with the double nat 1s on your portents.
Those portents.
They could be.
You are going
they
to
could-
destroy
they're gonna be
someone's life with that.
But I am going to be using. I'm going to use a reroll for that
Oh, the d20?
as well. Yeah, just because. You know, might as well roll the dice at least once. No, 10.
Okay. Let's get you back to the common items. 4 and a 10 is what it was.
Yes, it was.
You get a Christmas orb as well, but it doesn't seem to be the same thing as the other ones. It weighs like almost 5 pounds, 5 inches diameter, about 5 pounds, and it's comprised of notched bronze rings that can be turned so that all the notches line up. When you align all those notches, you hear this loud gonging noise. Until the notches are no longer aligned. The sounds are spaced 6 seconds apart and can be heard to a range of 600 feet. This is a orb of gonging.
An orb of gonging.
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 Bong.
That's-
I'm so glad you got that and not Vidar. Oh, I'm so happy.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
first thing that would
Y'all
happen.
dodged a bullet on that one.
What is it?
Well, that's going to be interesting.
Okay, next up, who did we do? We did Iska's 2. Luck, you have 2 as well.
Oh. 1d7, 6,
Yep.
and 19. So close.
Ooh, so close. 6, and on a 19. What do we have down here? Ooh, hey, actually, this is really cool. That Linford, man, he spots it. You get a unbreakable crossbow bolt for your crossbow.
That is
This arrow
That is
cannot
gorgeous.
be broken.
actually gorgeous. There is so many creative things we can do with that.
Yep. Yeah, it is an unbreakable crossbow bolt.
I'm gonna need to get some string, guys.
And one more for luck.
Oh yes. Do. Oh, there we go. That way.
A 4.
4 and
I mean, we can stick with that 19.
yeah,
or if
I
you
will
want-
stick with the 19.
That Linford, so smart. You also get a Christmas orb. And he must have seen something in you. Something dark. This is an orb of shielding from radiant damage.
I'm not. Oh, Luna, your job's become a tiny bit harder.
Now, do remember those orbs of
No, she
shielding
can
do
still punch you.
require attunement. Celia, and if I recall, you kind of were very quiet and very stealthy around Mr. Linford. There's one package for you, but I'm betting it's something amazing.
Ooh, phew.
On the 7, roll me a d20 to see whether or not, and then you'll need to roll another d7 to see what it is. Okay, go ahead and roll me another d7.
5.
Yep. Interesting. He didn't see you around, so he didn't know and got you sort of an all-purpose thing. As you receive a very similar wand to Luna's, however, all of those smiles are turned upside down as you get a wand of scowls.
Linford just came across a garage sale, didn't he? He saw a box that was just a full box of orbs of shielding. He saw, the 2-for-1 offer of wands.
It's
You
an
found it.
on-off button for Luna now, so she can force herself to smile and go back to normal with the
With the
Celia's
wand of
wand.
scowls.
You found a discount bin at the Economistica.
I mean, to be fair, she doesn't scowl a whole lot. She just also doesn't smile.
Yeah,
That's true.
Well, but you
She's
get hit by
perfectly
you get hit
neutral
by
when she
both,
punches
and
the floor.
it's kind of like there. So after the excitement of the morning finishes up, and you guys have all of these pretty good haul of solstice gifts, you guys can begin your morning. You all haven't really seen a lot of each other the last couple of days. And as people have sort of gone their own different ways. So I will give you guys a little bit of time to catch up on what you've been up to, or to not catch up on what you've been up to, depending on how much you want to share with the rest of your party members, because some of y'all have been doing sketchy things.
There was, I think, one more for Axel, wasn't there?
Us? No way.
Axel, yes, had 3. I'm sorry, you're right.
No,
Everyone loves the cat.
Everyone loves a cat.
I disappeared.
If it's not an endless yarn ball, I will be disappointed.
6.
Hey. Number 3. Rolling low for this one.
Do that again, because basically it's in the same exact realm of one of the other things you already got. So completely started do the 7 and the 20.
4 and a 2.
Okay. Yeah, it was more smoldering armor.
just the suit of smoldering clothes is like,
Yeah.
I'm Batman.
I am the knight.
Interesting.
Oh,
You see a small knife in a sheath. And as you pull it out of the sheath, it is, dagger sized, kind of stiletto sized. You pull it out and it sheds moonlight in a 15-foot radius. This is a moon-touched dagger.
nice. And he'll need to tie it to his bandolier, I think. It's a nice little neat thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat. I like it. All right. As for what's been going on, Axel's been, when he's not, every now and then he's disappeared off with Riley, but usually he's tried to go with someone else just for wonders. For the rest of the time, he's been sort of doing a lot of inside stuff rather than going through his books, going through his notes, doing some studies. There's probably like a little corner or a seat or something that's just become like this messy realm of paper and all over the place in inks. So it's just sort of left there from day to day. But yeah, he's gone off on the mornings with again Luck and Riley to the lessons. But yeah, every now and then he just disappears off.
Cool. So, feel free to have any discussions y'all want to have in character.
We're all chilling down in near the entranceway, aren't we? At this point.
Luna, Iska, y'all have had some good rehearsal time at the venue. You've seen the warden's seat. It is a lovely ballroom. It is gigantic. There's a large outdoor balcony. There's several stages in there.
Oh no, don't do this to me. No, come back.
Oh, we must have froze on her and then lagged in.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh well. I mean, just regardless, yeah, Iska and Luna have been going there and practicing the routine, and I'm assuming there she is. I think she's back. Great. I was just saying that we've been going and practicing the routine, and I think Iska maybe getting like grand ideas constantly to do big, just being like reined in by Luna occasionally. Just no.
Like no, too much.
All right.
Your fabric was delivered, and Luna has built you an amazing looking dress. Don't know, would you like to describe it for us, Alicia? Or I can do what my vision of it was. Well, the general gist of it sort of was over one shoulder with this fabric that reacts to music. But I'll let you go for the finer details so that basically as her violin is on her shoulder, waves of music cascade down across it. Would you have made it simple? Would you have made it ornate and elaborate?
If it was for Luna, simple, but it was for Iska, so elaborate. So basically, it's got, so where the violin rests, there's the sort of thinner strap there. This kind of twist, and as it flows down, it's sort of like this wide sloth with like these ripples in it. As the music plays, the ripples kind of even out and fan out like there's a big music sheet there. So you can just see the music flow around, or even if she wants to pirouette in place, and then it's in the back sort of like a cape at that point, and you just see just sort of like fringes all the way down that kind of tinkle along with the music. Occasionally that's typical, so the notes are up there, sometimes the rests are down and the tinkling there. So the fringes are kind of like an equalizer where you see them move a little bit and then the actual notes are just displayed behind. Very couture, one of a kind. You can afford it if you tried.
Also, by this point, Cilia, your gown has arrived, which is very different than Iska's, as it is of Drow fashion style. It is that dark, sort of deep blue with sort of a black lace overlay, high collared, longer sleeves. As in the matriarchal society of the Drow, it is usually the men who dress more revealingly than the women do. But the unique piece is that your cloak of elven kind has basically been integrated into it and sort of is activated almost by a light enchantment in the dress itself, so that it all but hides itself within the patterns and lace of the back of the gown, so that you would be able to use it. But unless someone's really looking, they're not going to see it, as that has arrived this morning as well.
Yeah. There's also a mask that's eyeless and has a nice black dragon embroidered on the side of it. Celia determined that they think whoever was meant to wear this dress is someone who is very high up in the Masked Dragon. So that's nice.
You know we had a bit of a run-in with is that a good idea? I mean, the dress looks gorgeous, darling, but I'm not going to say a thing. I'm going to rooftop.
Vidar, as you start to go out the door, there is a knock.
Just like straight away, just open it. Hello?
As you open the door, you see a familiar figure. It is Castian Varro, the member of the Talon Guard, sort of elite, who is there. Elven, he is a sword singer, deadly in his prowess, sort of this long, blonde, silver hair, very well-developed physicality to him. And beside him, you see a dragonborn, a bronze dragonborn that he introduces as Benvardi de Mustania.
Ninvadi.
Benvardi, I'll put it in chat.
Thank you.
He introduces him as a member. This is Benvardi. He is a member of the Talon Guard here, and in our investigation detective work area. He is an inquisitive by trade. There's been some interesting activities around town in the last week, and he has a few questions to ask. Benvardi sort of looks to be invited in. He's not going to force his way in, but he.
I'm gonna open both the doors all the way. I'm gonna get no, of course, come on in. Everyone, we have guests. It's our good friend Gaston, and we've been invited.
Oh, unexpected.
Just a little quiet.
Be quiet.
Vidar.
Oh, I.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a bit.
I'll be closer to my mic.
As Benvardi walks in, you get a better look at him. He is Axel would certainly recognize this. He is a bronze dragonborn. about the same height as Luck, but 3 sort of webbed crests are atop his head that give him an appearance of being much taller. The crests are bronze at the base, becoming yellow in the center, are tipped sort of with green points and edges at the very ends of them. His eyes are sort of solid green, glowing orbs. He's fairly short-muzzled between compared to the 2 other Dragonborn that you have met previously, but his head appears much wider due to these sort of scaled, bony frills that sort of stick out on the sides and sort of come back and down from his very high, defined cheekbones. Athletic build, not super muscular. Of course, wearing the tabard of the Talon Guard, it is similar to Castian's. Something that catches certainly Axel's eye, but probably all of you somewhat as well. Lounging across his shoulders is a small drake, very similar in size and shape actually to Agatha, way back at the Gloken Blaster. However, this one's hide is mottled with glowing electric blue scales and the blackest black that you've ever seen. Kind of like Vanta Black, it's all but completely, the scales are so dark, they disappear. He gives him a little scratch as he comes in.
Aw.
I just have a few questions for all of you. If you first together, then a few that might be best handled individually, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, are we in trouble for something?
There has been some unfortunate events around town that have coincided with your arrival, and we're just crossing all of our I's and dotting all of our T's other way around.
Good to know you have so much time to dedicate to this task.
Well, it is quite important, you see. It involves the tiefling contingent. It seems as though there are many rumors about town of nefarious intent that may be pointed in their direction.
I assure you, our only intent is for you to leave as soon as possible. So ask away.
First, how long have you all been here in town?
I don't remember.
I was going to say DM-wise, about 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
2 weeks, but out of character, you can't remember. We weren't supposed to be here 3 weeks ago. We were.
Okay, well, we will have to say the date in which the Linfords put us in here. There's no way to...
Yeah, true. Yeah.
I know. We have been staying at this establishment for 3 weeks.
There you go.
And by what method did you ascend onto the plateau?
Our feet.
So you're saying you went around the land route. You did not take any lifts to get here. This should not be a difficult question.
Hold on. Which one was it? Like in his head. We ain't getting around this one. To everyone.
What was that?
It was up. Which one? Not north, right? The furthest up north. Was it north or was it south? I always get them confused.
Ah, the northern lifts.
Yeah,
yes,
right.
I think it was not. Yes.
Yeah,
Interesting.
We had to wait a bit.
I think. But yeah, that one.
You see him sort of not just take notes, but also do check marks on his notes as well.
Met some lovely orcs up there, actually.
Orcs, you say?
It was yes.
Yeah, 4 orcs on a wagon.
Yes,
Good
they are
business,
well
I think.
known there. So, you didn't encounter any trouble once you reached...
Trouble would have more problem encountering us. Luna is having none of this. She's like, can leave.
Yeah.
tired of you.
While we're letting her doing the talking here.
Go ahead.
So he, with the combative attitude, sort of turns to Luna. So, you said your name was again?
I didn't.
Would you care to give your name?
Care? No. But you may call me Luna.
Miss Luna. So, from being a relative nobody in this last week since the windstorm, you have been seen at some of the most prestigious establishments around town, and no one has failed to notice the favor you have gained from Madame Veronica. And it's come to our attention now that you'll be at the Solstice Ball. You've been at rehearsals with your bard here. So tell me, how does one rise so quickly as you have, and what are your intents at the ball?
By being good and to be there.
He just gives you a long, hard look.
Sorry to do some crunching noises for bags for a minute.
You see, one of the things that's allowed me to get where I am is that I don't waste people's time. I do what I need to do, and then I move on.
Yeah, it's true. Correct.
He spins towards Vidar. So,
Mm-hmm.
and you are?
Vidar Lycran, wonderful to meet you again. Countless little run-ins like this have been fantastic.
This is actually the Dragonborn. This is Ben Vardy,
Oh,
who's speaking to
oh, sorry, I'm very sorry. Yes, I'm Vidar Lycran. Wonderful to meet you.
Well, it's interesting because no one seems to have ever met you until you arrived at the gates here. Appeared out of nowhere. There's no records or memory of you arriving by the lifts. So, how exactly did you get here? You do seem to be a man who makes an impression. Yet before arriving at the gates, not a single person has any recollection whatsoever of you ever having existed.
It's not on your record at the gate.
This was not your question, Miss Luna.
When traveling between areas, I try to be discreet as possible. Between the Fallonwood and between the Sylvan Expanse, I cut direct. There's no journeying to Providence or along the roads. There is just a direct course.
So you're saying you didn't arrive by the lifts with the rest of these people you're now staying with?
I caught up with them at the gates.
So you knew each other beforehand?
Why, yes, I have known my wonderful partner here, hand on. Is it eyes on me or Celia's shoulder for the moment?
I'm assuming you've stayed
It's eyes on me.
Yeah.
It's eyes on me. My wonderful partner here for many a years. And I thought I'd give her a surprise as she arrived.
Yet Miss Paranorman did come by the lift. She gave her name there, in fact. You, my dear, were even more interesting. It seems everyone thinks you're dead. Eldest daughter of the disgraced Paranoran family of Falinari. Suddenly appears out of nowhere after being gone for almost 20 years.
She smiles. She says, I don't know who said I was dead, but as you can see, I'm very much alive. Would you like to touch me to make sure I'm not an illusion? And she holds out her hand.
That won't be necessary, and you see him point to his eyes. Those illusions wouldn't be very effective. Speaking of people who've been missing, you arrived here with a druid. Made quite a ruckus your first night and hasn't been seen since.
Oh, I mean,
He had family business.
The city
Very.
didn't agree with him.
Yeah.
A druid. I could understand that. And you've also been seen in the company of a blonde-haired elf, sun elf. Wears her hair in a long braid. She seems to have made a couple appearances with you, but then is now nowhere to be found either.
Oh, a drinking friend of mine. She goes in and out. Keep it between you and me here, but I think she's a little suspicious of just a little. She hangs out with too many guys, I'm telling you. I think she's going around.
Well, Mr. Goldheart, you seem to get around quite a bit as well. Speaking of drinking buddies, so how long have you known Monsieur Malvert? And would you care to tell me about this hat that you keep passing back and forth?
Oh, that's a fun little thing we've got. It's so essentially, this Malvert is really good at storytelling. Like I have never met someone this good. He's on par with me, which is saying something. And one time, his hat was on the line, and I beat him to it. All right, amazing story. I got his hat. Next few nights, comes back for round 2. He wins, but I don't like losing. So comes round for a 3rd night, win, and then he won 2 nights in a row, and then I won the next night. So I think the hat's currently in his possession, though.
Yes, that checks out. But in your conversations with Monsieur Malvert, have you become aware of any covert drow organizations that are operating within side of Falcon's Crest?
I have no idea what you're on about.
Oh, son of a bitch.
This might be the occasions to have the portents on the line.
Looks like he's got a luck.
The first time I ever lie, like just bold-faced lie in this campaign at a crucial moment.
He does not follow that line of questioning. He turns to Iska. Iska Tall, daughter of one Alwyn Tall, under contract with the Arcana Mystica for performance of Children of the Children at the Solstice Ball in Warden's Seat. So, do tell me, what were you doing in the Night Barrel?
As one to perform in a place such as that, you must understand. I have to stand out. I have to look the part. I have to have the most elegant and gorgeous fashion available. Merely shopping around, but the dress I've found, not from the Night Barrow, will be more than acceptable for the occasion.
Yeah, it's close enough to... Well...
What do you want, Jay?
I'm not sure if I'm going to call that a deception because it's pretty much true.
I was shopping for a dress down there.
Do me a persuasion. Do me a persuasion, and he'll go with his insight.
All right. Oh, come on, my girl.
2 dirty 20s.
Oh.
And he rolls a 19. Wow.
How long have you been working this job? You seem really good at it, Ben.
So he looks to you, and I assume just because y'all are the day before a performance, they're probably at a big ball. There probably are evidence. There probably is evidence around that ball gowns have been purchased. I'm sure Vidar.
Luna probably still has pins in her teeth. Honestly, just talking around them.
Yeah. You're sitting there hemming while you're because Luna would do that. I'm not
she
paying
would
attention to you.
actually.
I'm hemming.
I have things to do. Whatever.
So he sort of looks around each of you and goes, there aren't very many groups of high-level adventurers in town, so it's always best to make sure there's no misunderstanding of their intents. I will be seeing you at the ball then tomorrow night. And he kind of gives Castian a nod, and takes his leave. Castian sort of looks back and scans all of you, kind of with wide eyes, like, "Oh, you fuckers!" And
Luna just keeps pointing at the door, like, "Whatever,
And Castian closes the door, knowing as he's been in a little bit on some of your escapades.
What you got? You got Jack.
And the doors close. And
What are you gonna do? Arrest me?
That was unpleasant.
Yeah, the second the door is closed, it's like Iska just like not like screaming or anything, but just like
Celia looks to Iska and she says, just in her mind, just in case somebody's on the other side listening, just says, "I'm really proud of you."
I know we dislike them, but should we have said something about Bhakti and be wary for that kind of individual? No. Okay, that's our burden to bear.
We don't know who Barty has under his nose.
That's very clever. Yeah.
Mental communication. We do know that he has made contact with the Archmistress and has part of some sort of deal. We don't know any more than that.
The walls have ears.
Yeah. Psychic communication is useful.
Yeah.
Well,
no, absolutely. You can. We can. If there are things you want to keep in private, you certainly can be doing them. I'm
really glad I didn't summon Lyle before I went to the door. That could have been so much worse. Opening the door with a weapon.
How would you open a door with a weapon?
Exactly. Because going up to the roof to train. It was awkward before.
You could have just asked Luna to open the door, and then it would be opening the door with a very dangerous weapon.
Hey, look, it's like, I'm really sorry about what I said, Celia. I didn't mean any of it.
So he looks to Luck and says, "I don't get around that much."
Really sorry.
She just says, "Don't worry, bud. You lied for the first time in your life. I'm proud of you."
I'm actually baffled by the concept. What is going around?
I did something I've told myself I shouldn't do, but I had to.
I don't know what it means either. I'm going to presume, because there's not something nice, that maybe we can drop that. You two could talk about it. Points to sort of Elzome and Vidar. You could probably. I don't know what it is. I don't want to know.
Maybe we just we got things to do today.
We do. Yes.
We have a enjoy as well, and a ball. and a bunch of things.
Yeah, this is Solstice Eve. All of that is actually tomorrow. So this is your
Yeah.
last chance to doing preparations. Luna, I mean, you have been contacted by Sithander. You are to meet at with the party at if they want to come along at noon or before noon at the Larksfrane Chateau to head up for his rite of passage. You guys know at sunrise you need to be at the tea hive, and then of course the ball is sunset and late into the evening.
In their minds, in the party's minds, Celia says, Iska and I have already gotten the harp. So that's something that's already done.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we have the harp, the gun. So we just need to be there at sunrise, and a mystery portal will. Oh, I don't know. Let's show up and see what happens.
You talked with can't remember his name.
Astra.
Yeah, the guy, Astra, the guy. You talked with him so we can be there, right?
Yeah, Jay, would that be? Can we comment?
I assume that you talked this over with Astra. You'd said that you'd been there several times, and he's going to meet you before dawn to let you in, and then,
Awesome.
To have access there, private access in there.
We'll be in. We'll be alone. It'll just be us. So whatever happens, it's gonna happen.
All right. I'm going to go and get some final stuff then, if we're going to need to prepare. Those potions I hear are useful. See if we can pick up any of those.
Yeah, I think I'd want to be a part of that.
Um,
Could this be something I spend money on?
Pop puppy dog eyes.
I mean, it's going to benefit.
I'll be with him if he. Don't worry.
she gives his coin purse to look.
Like, I think there's $500 in there.
Yeah.
500.
Go. This goes to you when we reach the store.
Thank you. And I look over the tray. And I get my coat.
Anything else you guys want to pick up? I mean, potion shops, you probably can go up to the Arcane Terrace. Axel, now having been in and out of there 2 or 3 times, has sort of a vendor access pass now, as he's sort of become a known wizard up there. As over the last week, he's been working some of those contracts, and since you guys went and did things, so you certainly can go up there, buy some potions. Normal healing potions, of course, this is Falcon's Crest, are 60 gold pieces a piece. Greater healing potions are 250, I believe. Sorry. Yep. You find that prices are a little bit inflated right now because people, whether for reality's sake or for just sort of placebo effect, think that if they drink a potion of healing following a night of heavy drinking, it will get rid of their hangover. So currently in town, they are in fairly short supply. Y'all can roll an investigation check to see how many you guys can find. Is everyone heading up to Arcane Terrace, or some of you staying in the room? What are your plans?
I would like to give gold, enough of my gold to buy 1 greater and 1 normal. And does attunement work by just focusing on something over the course of a short rest?
I'm attuning to it.
Then I'm just going to stay in the room and focus on that orb, because any kind of damage mitigation for Iska at this point would be fantastic.
Yeah. Remember, you can only attune to 3 magic items total. I know you've got your loot.
Let me look through my stuff.
You've got your violin. I'm sorry, your violin that's magical. You probably have room for 1 more. I don't think you have anything else because actually, I think Maiden's.
Oh, okay, cool.
Is a second one.
Never mind.
But the third could be open. Just take a look at your sheet.
Yep.
Not intimidation, Vidar, and investigation, unless you're trying to intimidate someone.
But yeah, if they're going to go to the Arcane
Better
Terrace,
prices.
we'll go with them. Sort of, since, yeah.
Yep. Axel, you're going to try to get that item you were wanting to get?
He can't afford it, so.
How much is it?
How
I've
much
got-
does he need?
Yeah, I've got plenty of spare gold.
1,100 gold pieces. But the reasoning behind this is if you ever need me to go forwards or backwards, this would be the way to do it.
Mm.
In time.
Yeah, he's being deliberately vague,
yeah.
unless he's doing it mentally.
Well, as a player,
Yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
but yeah.
How?
Yeah, but
how,
forward or backwards in time.
how much are you sitting on right now?
He is sitting on 48 gold pieces because he spends it all.
Because he's a
Alright, okay.
mage.
He spends it all on spells.
Okay, I was sitting on 7 platinum and 50 gold and a bit of pocket change. So,
Yeah.
I can't cover you that much.
Yeah, no, I wasn't.
I haven't been keeping count, Bird. How many of the platinum bars do you still have left?
I got 1 platinum bar left, so I'm sitting at like 2,500 gold pieces still. So, shoot,
Wow.
if this is something, yeah, Axel.
I mean,
A platinum bar.
I have a lot to use of already, so it's only useful one time. But if you want to invest in that,
1 time's better than no time.
Take the platinum bar.
alright.
I mean, Axel, you would know there's probably not going to be much chance, other than in Falcon's Crest, to find a piece of fossilized amber with a creature trapped in it. I mean, that's
He's
a
not gonna
pretty unique item.
Yeah, and he didn't even try looking for a sanctified pearl. Because here you could only get one of them because they're probably less really expensive.
Yeah, sanctified
yeah.
pearls are pretty tough.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. Well, thank you. I'll we'll just go. Let's all go on a shopping trip, buy some potions, and I'll get this piece of amber, and yeah, we can sort things out.
Okay.
Yep.
So, and Axel. So, anyone else going? Who else going up there to Arcane Terrace? We've got Vidar, we've got Luck, and just Axel. The other 3 staying home.
I guess it's just us.
Okay. So I just need a investigation.
Dressmaking.
So I just need an investigation check from Axel. 12, 19, 22. So you're able to find 2 greater healing potions and 4 normal healing potions. So that would run you 500 plus another 2. So it'd run you 740 gold to get all of them.
All right.
That doesn't seem quite right. Keep going. Do discussions. I'm just checking on something.
What's the conversion rate of platinum again?
It's platinum is 10 to 1.
10 to
Yeah,
1.
10 gold.
So I can give you a hearty 120 in all of this, guys.
Vidar can pop in 250 from his pouch.
Yeah.
Although he does ask, I've seen you, Axel. You're able to speed up people's movements, your own movement, in fact, though you're fairly exerted afterwards. That's a spell, correct? You get quite hasty.
And I've not done that before. I mean, I've done Dragon Stride. I can make myself run faster, but that's just running. It's not really like speeding up movement or anything. It doesn't have haste as a spell.
Yeah, he's never done haste.
You had it, haven't you?
Well, no, that was the thing. Meta speaking.
Okay.
Speaking here.
Yeah. We are meant to speak.
I thought we had, but it might have been a spell scroll, or it could have been someone else.
I don't think haste has ever been used in this campaign yet.
No, if we had it as a spell scroll, I probably would have stopped, not used it.
Yeah, you used it the crazy red steer.
Oh,
but that was the only one. Okay,
There-
I
there was
totally
that-
lied. I was putting it. It's 150, not 250 for the greater healings. So it's 300 plus another 240. 300 plus another 240 is 540 gold total to get 4 normals, 2 graders.
So I'll put 100 gold towards that then.
I'll put 150 in. I'll go 200. I'll just get 200. I'll throw 200 in for that, and may we stop by Simon's as well? I mean, I know we were just there like a couple of days ago, but still, I feel like some of this speed up when the time comes might be beneficial. I'm not too sure.
As you head over, so you're able to, did y'all find enough gold between y'all to pay for that?
Well,
So
300
we got
right
what?
now.
3, yeah, it was 200 from
Yeah.
Strings and Cats, 100 from Luck. Axel has
Yeah,
48.
Iska, actually, I guess Iska was saying that she was thinking that she was giving you 300
Platinum
gold. So you actually have 300 gold from Iska when I thought it was 250. So you've got 1 greater healing, and you got 200 of the gold taken care of from Iska. So Iska gave you 200 gold.
So that's 200. Yep, that should cover us all then.
500, and it was 540 or something?
540. Yeah, Iska,
Yeah, the next.
Bird, I had the wrong price. It's 150 for greater, so, and 60 for the regular healing. So it would be 210 from you, not the 310.
Okay, cool. And that was one of each for me that they found?
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah,
Then I'll take
we're
that for
just figuring out the final 50 gold.
I'll throw that in from.
Yeah, okay. No.
And you get, so go ahead and mark off one of the platinum bars. We'll say that with the potions and that, you're able to haggle that it's a platinum bar plus the gold pieces you gave takes care and gets you the amber as well.
All right, yeah. Cool.
One of the things you do notice as you're leaving the Arcane Terrace, most everyone seems to be closing up. Much like Christmas Eve, Solstice Eve is people are like, if they're open at all, they like close at noon at lunch to get ready as tomorrow is the big holiday. And actually, as you swing around by Simon's, it is closed already.
Well.
I mean, yeah, it
No.
takes time and takes money, and yeah. No, if you want me to, I can work on putting together, figuring out how to get that spell running, and I can work on that if you want me to.
Yeah, I'd like
I've been doing.
I'd like to help if that's beneficial for us.
Yeah, no.
Whatever makes it easy.
Yeah, we'll give it a try. There are a couple of already projects I've got going, but I could try and slip that in, and we can work on it.
All right. Your projects first. Spare time later. All right.
We'll see. We'll sort of see how it turns out. Maybe we'll need it, but it's probably not going to be in my repertoire. Completed by the time tomorrow.
No, of course. It's okay. We can work around it. We'll find a way. We always do.
Well, are we going to do anything more out here? Maybe carpentry. Cool.
I just need to see if a blacksmith
Early.
is open. I doubt it, but
Oof. We can always take a look.
yeah.
I mean, even as the solstice, things don't stop breaking. So
Mhm.
maybe they're still going. We'll see. Let's go.
Okay.
And we go search for blacksmiths, I guess.
Well,
Yeah.
using the entrance that to the Arcane Terrace, it passes you right by the Iron Gnome and all of the blacksmith and heavy sort of industry type places. So you do hear the hammers of blacksmith. As you noted, things don't stop breaking. So there's a couple open, but they certainly are like at half staff. All the forges aren't going. What are you specifically looking for?
He's first of all looking for a spear.
Okay. This is actually someone you recognize. It is Silvani, who you have seen before at the Iron Gnome Saloon, who drinks there. And hello, how are you?
Doing well. Just picking up a few things. Need a couple of weapons, blunted if you can.
Just don't tell anybody look out for me. If I'm blunt, I'm here to sharpen. But
Don't-
sure.
Yeah, just Just so someone won't accidentally cut themselves on it is the reasons here.
Oh, you doing a play or something? Okay. And he pulls down spears, you say?
Spears. Do you have a especially small dagger by any weird chance?
A usable one or something just for play?
Something just for play.
He looks at you weird. Oh, okay. And I got this one that's sort of unfinished, and he holds you up. I mean, it's like just all but like just a cross of two pieces of metal that are basically dagger shaped. That's not really made. I mean,
Yeah.
like
That's
what?
perfect.
Well, I feel bad even charging you for that, but it is the solstice, and I can use the extra coin. So, 2 silver.
Yeah, he hands over 2 silver. Just straight away, and do. Yep. So that's the spear. That's the dagger, and yeah, he's gives a thumbs up. How much for the spear? I forgot.
Spear, 2 silver as well. He sort of pulls one down. This one looks like one that needs to be repaired. He's like, "I'm going to toss this one, just remake it, but you can have it."
Thanks. Perfect.
I was wondering if you did have a six blade belt dagger pouch or dagger belt at all.
Do I look like a leather worker? I don't have no belts here.
It's worth it.
You need 6 daggers? I can make you 6 daggers.
I've got
Not
6
today.
daggers. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Maybe next week. 6 daggers. I can put it down for you. You can pay in advance.
I'll come back to you on that. These are some
Suit
strange
yourself.
daggers.
Dink, dink,
Tink.
dink.
He goes back to work. All right. You guys can go ahead. I just need to drop off at the orphanage.
All right. Well, my business. Are you sure you don't want company?
I'll be fine. I'll catch up with you back at the hotel.
I look at Axel.
Okay, so we'll follow Axel. Axel, you get back down to Tangle Braids. Ariana opens the door with a huge smile. Her little, sort of dwarven form with her sort of long braids, sort of unkempt and kind of frizzled. She always looks haggard, and there's behind her you hear kids screaming and running around and doing orphanage kid things.
Hey, how you doing?
Busy, as always.
How's the solstice looking for everyone?
As far as
Gifts.
We had this nice box of grain, and that was dropped off for us. And you see, it is about the most meager. Basically, someone, instead of throwing it out, brought it here to the orphanage. That's a lovely gift that we've gotten for the children. She kind of gives you a weak smile.
Do I? No, I will. He first pulls out something from his back, which is sort of being wrapped up in a cloth, as it's the shape of a tooth, a bony dragon tooth. It's one of the I think it's a spade. This is all the way back when I harvested.
All the way back. Well, not the fangs, but the back, the molars of the cave dragon. Yeah.
Yep. He's like, first, this is for you. It's you might be able to sell it, but I just thought it looked cool. It's a dragon tooth.
For me? And she just,
For you.
she kind of looks at it, and it's kind of like it's a tooth, but also she's so thankful to have gotten a gift. She just beams and smiles at you.
Nasty fight to get that was.
We'll hang it above the mantle. Have everyone tell stories about it. Thank you, Luck. I don't. And she kind of looks. She's like, I don't have anything to give
I
you.
don't-
And so she just runs forward and gives you a big, giant dwarven hug, or squeezes you into her, all but suffocating. And you're a big guy, but she's a
Yeah.
strong, matronly dwarf.
So he gives them a hug, and then he sort of pulls down the blunted spear and small dagger. And these are for my friends.
Oh, Bethany, she'll love this.
Oh, and he
Marco,
like goes
Abigail,
into
all around.
Abigail. Yeah, he sort of goes into his back pocket. And for Abigail.
And as you said, sized it down to a tiny little dagger for her. And they come running over and just, Uncle Luck, and kind of climb up on you. And Abigail is on your shoulder. You've got Grain on one shoulder, and she's climbed up on the other, almost in the same way that Grain does, and is sitting up there at little tiny Abigail. And Bethany is all business that she has this spear as a real weapon now.
Just, I might be a bit busy over the next few days or so. Some things are picking up, and don't know if I'll be able to come visit more often. So,
and she kind of looks, and Bethany does, and she gives you a big hug, and she goes, "Wait." She goes running back in, and she comes back with a folded piece of paper, and she unfolds it and hands it to you, and it's a picture of a big sort of stick figure, fairly tiny little one, and her, and the biggest thing is written underneath of it in her hand, where she's been learning to read and write, is Luck, Bethany, and Abigail. Their names written out.
keep it forever.
She got kind of a little choky, but she goes, "I'm gonna go practice," and runs out back into the yard with her new spear.
So, yep. Don't know if this is my goodbye until much later, or I don't know. I'll be back in the next few days, but things are gonna get really busy.
Ariana looks at you. She's known white fighters, warriors. She doesn't know what you're up to, but she's heard this speech before, probably sometimes when kids have been left off when their parents have never come back. And so she kind of chokes up as well and gives you a little nod and goes, "You take care of yourself, not Gold Hot." She looks to Grain and scritches him and goes, "You take care of him too." And Luck gives a little yip, sort of gives her a little fake bite
Grain.
on her finger.
It would be very entertaining if Luck did that.
Ah!
Even Gray did.
Yeah.
And you say your goodbyes and I guess head back towards Windward
Yep.
Star.
Yep.
Okay.
Back at the Windward Star.
Yes, we'll say Axel will say so, and I assume Luna would have assisted with this. Maybe you can even ask her.
What am I supposed to do? Sorry.
Making clothes for Riley. Something to...
Oh yeah, no, sure, absolutely.
Fancy.
That's
Nice
bang
and
that
fancy.
out in an hour.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
you've been making doll clothes for the
Yeah,
Cohen Husk
exactly.
doll, so and he's about that size. He's only about
Yeah.
10 inches, 12 inches high at this point. So
Easy.
you get that sorted out. So Riley's got an everyday outfit and a fancy outfit for the ball.
Fancy set of duds. Yep.
And if there's nothing else, you guys.
I also make a Axel bow tie that matches Riley's fancy outfit.
Oh, nice.
I mean, Axel was a fancy alter, he would have asked if they matched, made to match.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so any other preparations before your busy day starts and you call it a night here on Solstice Eve with gifts and a schedule and a big day to come? Cool. It's a little bit early, but we'll go ahead and take our break because once this gets rolling, it's probably going to get rolling. So we will take a quick break, folks. I'm going to turn it over to our good friend NNG9, who is going to tell us a little bit more about our charity that we're supporting, and for everyone's favorite part of the show that we all live and try to struggle through, Pun of the Week. I'll be right back.
Thank you very much, Tall Squall. If this is your first time here, welcome! If you've been here before, welcome back. This channel is run 100% for charity, and the charities change roughly every 2 months. This month's charity being Endeavors, an organization dedicated to helping people, I think specifically in the service, with all sorts of different mental issues, mental barriers and things you stumble across. There's a lot of events that go on. I believe there's an event this month. The exact location and date are available on the website itself. If you would like to go to the website and find out more about the events in your area or donate directly there, you can click on the purple letters in the description below the banner. If you would like to donate to the charity through our channel, please click on the banner above that and that'll take you to the donation. Put in your name, put in a funny message, and hopefully we will see it on the screen. But if you do not wish to donate or it's not in the means for whatever reason, you can do things like share our stream on social media like Twitter and Facebook. Otherwise, we hope you've been enjoying the show. I need to actually check to see who's there. Luck is here. Or Good Guy is here. Sorry, we're not in character right now. Do you have a recommendation for the stream?
I do, and this recommendation today is a video game recommendation because we like to change it up from time to time. And I've been wanting to recommend this game for a while, but I was waiting for it to come out of early access, which it has finally. So it's a full release game I'm recommending, and it's a wonderful game. It's called Slay the Spire.
Yes!
It be a deck building game, and this is sort of just a notice for anyone who doesn't know what Slay the Spire is. Slay the Spire is a deck building game, and it's not just a deck building game. It takes deck building and perfects it. You have random encounters that you have to deal with. You have to pre-plan your deck. You're always told what boss you're going to be up against, so you have to constantly keep changing your deck to fit the boss you're going up against. Or you could make a really broken deck by just getting a bunch of broken relics, which have now been balanced after the latest update. But yes, it is a wonderful game. I have spent many hours just going roguelikes, man. It's what's it worth? It's got 3 playable characters, and it's got a Steam workshop, so you can mod that game all to hell, like every person who owns a PC does. And it's very easy to run. It's a very low-end cost, so if you've got a potato, you can play it on that.
Yeah, no, I am actually familiar with the game. He's a good guy. I keep desperately trying not to call you Luck right now. Like, I just actually started playing it over on my stream occasionally. It's a lot of fun, and I don't even like roguelikes. I like that game. It's real good.
There you go. Official endorsement from the diva herself.
What's this game?
Exactly. Slay the Spire.
I've heard it's so good. I want to run it. I want to play it.
It's a lot of fun. I highly recommend it.
Cool.
Look at that.
Yeah, see, also the Peanut Gallery has recommended it. Speaking of the Peanut Gallery, wait, hold on. We missed a week. So, first,
2?
Palindromes.
Palindrome. This week's palindrome being Emu Love Volume.
Emus like heavy metal is what you're saying. Then.
Yes.
It can be
emus turn it
whatever
to
music
11.
you like. But yes, that is this week's palindrome, Emu Love Volume. And we're missing 2 of our cast members, but I cannot wait because it is time for everybody's favorite segment, Fun of the Week. which you can thank the Peanut Gallery for today.
Ooh.
This week's one. What do you call a vessel with winners on it?
What?
A championship!
Oh!
Oh.
Ah!
That really hurt.
I know. That's as well. This is as well.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. No. Go to jail.
Oh.
You're welcome.
So,
We actually still have 2 people missing.
yeah.
And hello, everybody in the chat that I didn't say hi to before.
Yep,
Hello.
same. Hello, everyone.
Yes, Peanut Gallery is a constant drive-by.
Do you know about Squarespace? I'm sorry.
Oh. Man, oh man. I have all kinds of sweaty palms right now.
I have no idea why that poem would give you a sinking feeling, New Titans.
Oh.
I just
Oh, sing
No.
New Titans.
Can I-
Why did you do
Speaking
that?
of streams and such, Alicia, when can we expect Kingdom Hearts 3?
Yeah,
Oh,
when can we expect the swearing to
Yeah.
begin?
we can expect that depending on, because the Peanut Gallery has graciously offered to pick it up for me the day it comes out, because I actually work that day, so it won't be, I can't take the day off of work Tuesday, so I'll be taking it off on Wednesday, so we'll just go through. So I plan to start Tuesday night and go for most of Wednesday.
And you'll probably beat that in, what, 4 or 5 hours?
Yeah, no. Come on, give us some credit. 2 hours.
I, unfortunately, like to complete as much as possible, so I will probably be playing it the entire week.
Okay.
There you
Like,
go.
not the month.
This
I'm
is
not that bad at video games.
No, but there's a lot to do. So, like, sometime in mid-March, I might get to see you again.
Says the person who wants me to eat and sleep. Meh, 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 meh.
basic human necessities, like
Right?
breathing.
I like to think of myself as a robot with empathy.
Do I love? Am I love?
Okay.
Can I mention I'm really nervous about all of this? So much so that I really feel like there's something dangerous is coming.
Alrighty.
Why would
Like,
anything
I-
dangerous be coming?
Like it's
You mean
right.
that's a
Do you
culmination
know
of
where
our
you are?
months-long-
Dangerous things don't happen here.
It's in the pit of my stomach that there is just something awful coming.
I'm not nervous at all.
I'm
As I
DM.
rub the.
You're the puppet master. Of course, you're not nervous.
very.
Serious.
This is gonna be. This is this. Okay,
I'm.
we're gonna go ahead and get
It's fine.
started. Because otherwise, I'm gonna give myself an ulcer,
A panic attack.
a panic attack. So, you guys all take the benefits of a long rest, and
Good start.
set your alarms, or however you want to do this. Have your elf friends make sure that you are up with plenty of time to make it in the early morning darkness to get to the tea hive in time for you to make sure that you are there at sunrise, as the clues had said that you would need to do. As you all exit the Windward Star, immediately it hits you. There is no fog this morning. And the doorman, sort of noticing y'all's surprise, sort of looks at you and goes, "Oh, the mages have been up all night to give us a clear morning for the festival. Make sure that the celebration can last for as long as possible." And as you sort of look around, Axel, you would be able to sort of just mentally spot upon many balconies and rooftops. They basically put apprentice mages. The Arcana Mystica has pulled out pretty much all of the younger students that they might have to be casting spells to clear away the fog. So you can see all but a wall of fog around the plateau and around Falcon's Crest. But, it is clear for the most part because of magical means that have been utilized by the Arcana Mystica, and almost a little bit of a show of force of them being able to, control the elements themselves. And so you have a clear, warm morning. Instead of the normal fog and coolness that you're used to in the mornings at Falcon's Crest, as you walk across the city towards the Tea Hive. As you arrive there, you see Astra, the elf, half-elf, with his long sort of silver hair braided quite intricately this morning, and sort of just gives him a nod. Morning. Big day today, huh?
Kind of runs up and gives him a little dainty little hug. Anything too intimate, but just like kind of friends greeting each other.
He gives you a hug and then gives you a little kiss on the cheek.
Yeah. So everything ready? Are we okay to go inside?
It is what it is. I guess we'll just know what to do when it's time.
Yeah. We have, and I need to repeat this again, no idea what's about to happen.
Yeah. I think you've said it 17 times in the last 4 days.
Okay.
He pulls you in for a hug. It's going to be all right. You're going to do everything you need to do.
All right. No more stalling then.
I've got some tea already brewed for you. I knew you'd want it.
Celia pipes up. So are you taking her to the ball?
She's taking me to the ball.
Bright red, even if this knowledge was like...
Celia just says, I just wanted to make sure.
We are all going together, yeah. When we join us, you are joining us for
A little bit quiet again, Kyle.
Sorry.
You are joining us for the preparation and leaving for the ball. Is that correct?
Well, Iska was saying she has to be there early, so I was just gonna get there when I get there. I'll be sure to be there for her performance, though. He hands up a little ticket that Iska and Luna had secured for him so that he'd be able to get through the gate.
They're called partner tickets.
I mean, you could. I guess you could join us for the initial entrance. But at the same, if you feel welcome to join, or you can go a bit earlier at your own pace, doesn't matter.
Well, we just see how it works out.
We'll see how it rolls. Sorry, I've got a cat and I'm petting now.
So you guys come in. There is a kettle of tea ready for you, some of your favorite. Sort of fills the room with spicy overnote, sort of a orange spice tea. It sort of wakes you up. You all can sit there and look. Astra's moved the table away from the mosaic where you all normally sit, and you see it. It looks the same as it has looked for the last couple of days. Iska and Astra, you two have stared at it, I'm sure, quite a bit to try to find any little anything. But it just looks the same as it has always looked.
She will remove the invitation, the gun, and the harp, and kind of lay them out on the table in front of the party. Just have everything ready to go, but still unsure of, besides just taking these things and rubbing them up against the wall, like what to do with them or how to use them.
What's the rest of the party doing as you all sort of sit there? It's not quite sunrise yet, but any thing that y'all are doing? Or are you waiting in silence as the time approaches?
Can Celia check for any secret compartment things? At the wall?
You can. You have done so before at Iska's request, and it's a mosaic. It's tiles. I mean, you have looked and looked and looked. Axel has cast, detect magic on it. It is
Magic circles.
nothing.
In the mural, is there like a night sky painted?
No, it's bees and berries, as you recall. It is looks like blackberries. It is bees floating around. Yeah, it's art of bees and berries.
Oh, that's cute.
The relationship being art, B. Artenberry as the first person that you all met, that gave Iska the invitation. As you all stare and sip on tea, Astra sort of puts his hand on top of Iska's and gives it a squeeze. About time. And as you stare at the wall, you see two beams of light come through two cracks from across the other side of the room. Never have been able to see them before. Would have had to been a clear morning, and with the sun in the right position in order for this to... And you see these two beams of light ease across onto the mural. One that looks like a gun, and the other that looks like a harp. He gives another squeeze. I think that's your cue.
Yeah.
Showtime.
Let's do this. And she'll walk up and place the items accordingly.
As you place them there, it's almost like the weight leaves them. They almost glue in place onto the mosaic, and you see this silent shimmer, and these tiles, which had been affixed before, it's like they all rotate and fold back as though they were a curtain. And behind it, you see, not swirling, not a huge amount of effect, just a black void with a faint arcane outline around it. As you step back, Iska, for a second, something drops into your hand, and it's a small brooch of a bee.
B. Uddenberry?
Turns back and holds it up to the party.
Don't go munching.
Astrosor looks at you. Maybe the way back?
Probably.
She kind of closes her grip around it, holds it tight.
Portals can have the keys.
First things first, Celia takes Lad Jr. from her shoulder and holds it out to Astra. Says, "Watch him for me, please."
Oh, come here. And goes over.
Summon Lysithia, longsword form.
Luck, are you bringing grain with you?
You know what? I'll ask Green that question. Like, he looks at him. You coming, boy?
He looks at you. He looks at the portal. He looks at you. He looks at the portal. He kind of goes,
Oh.
Do you want to keep him in the ring and store it in Lyle, or keep him behind?
I'm sure he can wait here.
and so when you give him the go ahead, he goes over and again goes up and he loves Astra too, so he goes up and licks his hand and sits down because Astra seems to always have a treat out of nowhere, some little sweet of honey or whatever that he hands to Grain. And the portal looms for you. Can see that the sunlight is beaming through.
Okay, I want you to stay here with Astra and listen to what he says. He's going to take care of you. Well, this might be dangerous, so don't want you to get hurt, but Astra will take care of you until I get back.
Okay, Dad. You be good. Be careful.
Yeah, no, I've got all my friends taking care of me,
Okay.
so everything will be fine.
He hops off.
Enjoy. Yeah.
It's like Astra's babysitting service. So here we have
Yeah.
Astra with a little robot.
Hey,
a little,
who are we gonna trust?
baby Groot. Yeah. If you're going to trust anyone, Astra's
Where's the
probably
fan
right
art
person.
of just Astra with all these things like all over?
Yeah. If everyone leaves their familiars behind. Yeah.
Material.
Luna will actually say to Riley, since he spent some time there, will make him close. I will make sure he's safe.
He kind of squeezes your finger and just goes, mm-hmm. Thank you.
Her eye twitches and then she turns around.
Just get this smile from Axel. Doesn't really try to catch her or anything. So
I need a marching order as you go through the portal.
Iska will go in first unless she is held back or told not to. She's
Luna
ready.
will very reluctantly let you go first, but she will be right behind you.
I'm
Yep.
following directly behind Luna, and I pull out the sphere of Winter Wonders, and I can give it a throw in the air to see what we get.
Give it a throw.
It's the... I can't remember what one is.
Yeah, I think it's the wonder, not the winter.
Yeah. All right. we got some wonder happening. I'll check the...
Iska,
Celia's behind
Luna,
Vidar.
Vidar, Cilia, Luck and Axel bringing up the rear. Okay.
Yep.
Iska. As you step through, time seems to slow down. And you find yourself flying across the tapestry of fate once again, as you've seen in your visions before you. And as you sort of swoop down closer and things become more and more in focus, you see a spot in the tapestry that's different from the rest. It is a pocket with threads going both over and under, but placing a void in the middle. And inside that pocket is a tiny, isolated piece of fate, trapped within the threads that jump over it and under it, across it, around it, but never connect to it. As you get closer, you see it's a thousand distractions or missteps or errors that have all kept anyone looking for this spot far away from this place. A twisted ankle, a missed turn, someone who didn't carry a one. Fate itself has hidden this place against any intrusion. And as you swoop down in, you find yourself standing, and immediately your party starts peering around you. All of you, you've stepped out onto a rocky bald, surrounded by old-growth forest, a clearing made of stone, but with large trees all around. This spot's several hundred feet across, and it curves slightly away from you, as though you were at the crest of a much larger hill made of stone. The tree line at the edge is thick. There's not much you can see beyond it. This is a place that's been untouched for 2,500 years. There's a light fog here, but it's nothing as thick as you have become accustomed to on the plateau. You've arrived at a lonely place, a place hidden, a place frozen from the eyes of men and women and elves. You have arrived at this spot where the lost army was lost.
Well, that worked.
Portals.
As we gaze around, like, what stands out to us? What calls to us? What seems...
I think the most impressive thing is the surface of this. You all have not really encountered sort of a granite bald before, and I don't know of all of you because I know a lot of people from different parts of the country or different parts of the world. If you've ever seen like Stone Mountain or something like that, it's basically a large granite outcropping, and this one seems to be usually they sort of stick out as look like just large stones that have been placed. I mean, for our southern hemisphere, almost like Uluru, smaller than Uluru, but usually made of granite. And this one seems as though it's all but buried up to almost the very top of it. Only the top, probably 200-foot radius part of this granite bald exists, or is that you're standing on. Other than that, it is forest trees. It is very quiet here.
Going to slowly and very carefully and a bit guarded just start taking strides forward, looking around, like scanning the area, the ground, just trying to get a sense of place and time even. Like, this is just nothing so far. There's nothing here to understand yet, and Iska's wants to find this chord.
You walk around. Do me a perception check.
Badar kneels down and see if he can put his hand on the ground, just like when Ishkan put his ear up against the rock the first time, and just see if he can hear. But probably not going to work.
On a 13, I guess the biggest thing is, even though this amount of time has passed, you can't figure out how this is the battlefield, Iska. This is not how songs and stories talk about battlefields.
There's no broken, there's no craters, there's no broken foliage, there's nothing that shows there was conflict.
No, and the rock you're on is not Sylvanstone. It seems as though it is either lost, bled off the magic that might have been trapped in it, or maybe didn't have magic embedded in it the way that other granite that was affected by the Sylvan War was.
Axel will crouch down to sort of lay his right paw on the rock. See if you feel anything. Just asking Sithrax.
Sithrax sort of slithers down your arm, and you see his tongue lick out and taste the rock. It slithers back up around your neck.
This is the place then.
This is the battlefield undiscovered, but the falcons that were promised to fly here, there's nothing. There's no sign of anything. What are we looking for? And Iscus, even saying that, instead of losing her, dropping the kind of guarded, careful pacing, begins to move a bit quicker and with a bit more urgency. This isn't the revelation she was hoping to find. This is.
Wait, hold on. There's nothing's here. We've seen Axel. Didn't you do a thing before?
Yeah, no. I just wanted to be sure that, it only works in an area. I want to be sure it was the right place. But I can take a lot of time and you'll just have to wait. Are you willing to? Or do you think we should go searching through this forest that I don't think would exist if it was a battlefield in any way? You saw what happened with the Sylvan Expanse, what the war did there. This is a different place. This is not even being part of it, but may very well be where at death, where the final death happened.
Where falcons fly, but below the ground. I don't know what it means, but yeah, Axel, that might be our best bet. I don't know what else to do.
All right. He sort of settles down and starts to inscribe the eyes of the dead. He is going to try and make it large enough so it encompasses the entire stone area.
Okay.
However long that takes. So it's 10 minutes per 100 yards.
Yep, it'll take you probably about 3 hours before all is said and done. As you begin to inscribe, and as you start to inscribe this room, you complete it in the first 10 minutes, and it is a fairly large rune, and you inscribe again, and you can see this sort of larger glowing rune emerge from the center rune and get larger, and you inscribe again for another 10 minutes, and it gets larger, and you do this 18 times before all is said and done over the 3-hour period, until you see the glowing rune, the power of it has now passed the tree line, further out, until you're sure that certainly this would be big enough. You've created a rune almost a mile in diameter.
Yeah, brace yourselves, I suppose. And he's just sort of going to let go of the control that it was sort of, I imagine he was just trying to actually just hold it in place and stop it from triggering as it grew like a balloon. Mm-hmm. And he just sort of lets go of that and it activates it.
And there really is nowhere, basically anyone in the rune gets pulled in. There is not much of a place to hide. So you all get pulled in. You feel this weird shift as you fall 2,500 years into the past. Luna, you open your eyes. You're in a tent. In front of you are spread out maps. A dozen of them at least. You feel the memories of this person. Night has fallen. You all are at camp. You're at a fortification. You are frustrated. As you pore over these maps in front of you, you are sure you are not where the War Magnus has told you that you were. That this fortification, this fortress on the cliff, where he's pointed it out on the map, it doesn't make sense. It's not right. You've traveled underneath of obscuring and non-detection magics and taken multiple translocations to get here. And with that and the interference from all of the raw magic of the war zone, until you've gotten here, it is impossible for you to truly tell that you're not where he says you are, but your gut tells you that you are much further south than that place that he said that he was taking you to. You can feel it. You can't justify it. You can't come up with a reason, but this place, it's wrong. It is not where it is. The frustration, you can step out of your tent following along in this person, and you see the mist that surrounds you to make sure that you can't be seen by true biological eyes, much less magical ones. And so you can't see very far beyond the outskirts of the immediate area, but you know you're not where he's told you that you are. Cilia, you find yourself in a watchtower. You're on lookout. You're behind the walls of a small fortification. It is atop a cliff, probably only 60, 70 feet high. This finger of land that this small fort, this fortification is on, sticks out into a wide plain down below you. 3 sides, practically to the horizon. Straight out in front of you, you can see them all. The scouts say it's 15,000 humans in their army here. You started counting banners, but lost count at 300. As the flags and banners of the human king, marked with the flying falcon, fly over the top of this campsite as dusk has fallen and the army is resting before what's sure to be assault tomorrow morning. You have the high ground, but there are only 400 of your group here defending this spot. You don't care what the War Magnus says. You'll be overrun. Luck. You also open your eyes in an opulent tent. As you step outside, you hear the 2 guards salute and say, "General, you're an elf." You recall how you got here as you walk among your men and women, this small band. The war had lasted nearly a lifetime for the elves, over 600 years. When the Council of the Grove summoned you and gave the edict to win the war and end it, you knew that something had to change. These humans, they were far more resilient and formidable than the elves had ever imagined they could be. and their reckless innovations in magic had held all of the elven gains to be measured in inches over the last century. And then the War Magnus appeared. He seemed to materialize as though summoned. A master of the art of war from Qualvarine, promising an end in a single final battle that would happen 2 months hence. And now that time was here. The 2 months had flown by, and now was the eve of the battle. A single unit of 400 elves in a small wooden fortification. This tiny defense against an army of 15,000 humans now camped out on the plain below. You walk among your men and women, placing a hand on a shoulder, assuring them all is not lost. Vidar, you awaken, your eyes opening. You are striding confidently among the elven group here. You, in your own ego, know exactly who you are. You are a War Magnus of Qualvarine. And everything is going to plan. The humans had taken the bait of the intelligence you had planted, and right on cue, they arrived at dusk to begin their assault at the dawn. You stride confidently, pausing every once in a while, looking up to the sky, to the stars. Vidar, you see and know just as much as the War Magnus knows. Tonight the stars will align, and magic will fail. A huge smile crosses your lips, and you continue to walk around, assuring every elf that the most glorious victory the world has ever seen will have occurred by the time the sun is fully up. Iska, you're on guard duty again. Down on the plain, looking up at the elven fortification on the cliffs. Human. You aren't all the way at the front line, but not at the center, back where there's still food and plenty of stories and camaraderie with your other soldiers. The magic user had asked for the guard to be doubled this night. At least the elves might try something. This human mage, the archmage, seemed not to be telling you grunts everything. But he kept reassuring you, and possibly himself, that steel and blade always works. Meanwhile, you stand here in the dark, a small squadron of your friends around you, keeping an eye out, looking up at the elven fortification as it seems to leer down from you from 70 feet above. Axel, your eyes come to focus. You're wearing long robes, and your feet can feel that your feet are bare. You feel the thoughts go through your mind. What are those elves planning? As an archmage, the humans, you're clever, but what is it that they've thought of? To have come this deep behind the lines of the war and to not be intercepted. Surely they wouldn't have left this southern flank open. The breakthroughs in magic you had recently, they were good, but were they really that good to get you here, within 2 days striking distance of the capital of Falinari itself? You look back to the fortifications on the cliff. Standard wards. Standard spells and runes that you would use on any fortification. Invocation. What was it? Care should be taken, but this fortification would be quickly overrun by the light of day. Surely, you notice that this plane was a creation of a mirage arcane. But with so many overlapping fragments of old magic, it's impossible to tell what really might be here, so in an abundance of caution, you went by your old rule. Sometimes the old methods were the best methods. So, taking off your shoes, walking with your bare feet in a spell of your own creation that you call True Feel, you shuffled through the camp, traversing it from one end to the other to try to feel what might be behind the illusion, but it only seemed to be stone beneath your feet. You've doubled the guard, but something still just didn't feel right. The night passes slowly for all of you. Some in anticipation, others in worry and dread, some others just in boredom. Just a few hours past midnight, a stillness falls over the land as each and every one of you feel the hairs on your arms and the back of your neck stand upright and your skin begins to prickle. It's not from something new in the air, but something missing. The magic that has saturated this march and this war and nearly your whole life is beginning to fail. Cilia, from up on the lookout tower, you see the Mirage Arcane fail, but it doesn't reveal anything you were expecting. It just shows that the entire plain that the human army is camping on is covered with circles as though a colossal giant had dropped hundreds of phonograph records in soft mud, and these were the impressions they left behind after they were picked up. Axel, from down on the plain, you see the mirage drop as well, and you hear the words of the Archmage. Dear gods, what have they done? Escape your lips as the wards you saw earlier, you see now aren't wards at all, but were hiding their true nature as banishment runes connected to the plane of fire, and those runes are now failing. Iska. First wave of screams breaks through the night from far behind you amid the main forces of the army, as a semi-corporeal wave of energy pulses out from the center of camp towards you. As you leap to run and give aid, the wave passes over you. You feel yourself encased in searing hot darkness for a millisecond, and then you find yourself back on the plane. You look to your partner to see if he felt it too, and you see that half his face is now stone and the other side living flesh, somehow melded together in that instant, and your nose fills with the smell of cooking meat as the hot rock on one side of his face begins to sear the flesh on the other side. Vidar, you watch in fascination from your vantage point above as your plan unfolds on the plain below. The stored magic of one banishment rune winking out only to have another overlapping rune rebanish the same area until it burns itself up and goes out as well. This cascading failure and reassertion of searing hot banished stone rippling across the human army is a thing of unmatched beauty to your eyes. This is your greatest achievement. This will be your legacy. Your legend for all time to be lauded in the halls of the Mosaic Palace of Qualverine. This is the pinnacle of your art. This is what it is to bring war. Luck. You had been summoned by the War Magnus to witness your victory, but all you see now is a nightmare. A woman watching in shocked horror as her now stone arm rips away from her torso and falls to the ground and shatters. A man's body still writhing and trying to escape even though his head has been encased in stone. Others dragging behind limbs of rocks, scorching their flesh. 14,000 humans screaming in torment. Their bodies are repeatedly desecrated by the waves of failing magic, and everywhere the overwhelming smell of cooking flesh and burning hair. The flags of the human army now stone, falcons flying in frozen vigil over this despicable scene as you watch more and more areas come back into true existence as the magic completely fails and this hill of stone returns. It comes to a quick end as the bald hill of stone reappears before you. The plane and the human army are gone, leaving only the rock sloping up and away from you, radiating heat like a hearth. Iska, you're still alive. You're in a small cavern, your limbs frozen and embedded in stone. This chamber, though, is shrinking. A dim light of a glowing rune here, but it is sputtering out. The walls around you are covered with your fellow soldiers, partially submerged but reaching out of the rock. Some still alive, some already completely stone. And at the center of this cavern there is a spring, silver in the rune light. The water in it seems to drip upwards, or perhaps you are in fact in the ceiling. The water, it trips here. You listen to them strike as the rune is now failing. You take your last breath as your lungs filled with stone, and you could swear the drips of water were playing a song. Luna, back up above, as the hill reappears. You've run out of your tent. All the remaining magic has gone dark. The obscuring magics that had plagued your navigation are gone, and from your vantage point you look to the south and see the holy lake, the mirror of Sethanane, only a few leagues away. This place, this landscape, you immediately know where you are. It's the spring of the moon, the source of the mirror, one of the holiest places the elves know. You lift your hand, shaking to your mouth at this realization, and as magic reasserts itself, you watch as a wave of that same banishment energy highlights the path of a stream bed, winding its way down until it hits that lake, the mirror of Sethanane, and it flows across what was a reflection of the starry sky, and it turns white like a cataract, blinding your goddess's light from your people. You turn to run tell the general as a spike of pain rips through your head. Luck, the bald of stone has just returned, and you turn to the War Magnus, who is smiling maniacally in victory, ready to congratulate you. And while magic is still blacked out, you draw your sword and run it through his heart. He falls to the ground, clutching the wound in his chest. You hear his last whispered words. But who will tell them? Tell them of the beauty I have created here. You then turn in disgust, turn your sword on yourself, and fall on it in dishonor. Vidar, as the War Magnus, you clutch your chest as you die, trying to stop the enchantment on the medallion around your neck, but there is no magic to pull upon and undo your fail-safe revenge that hangs there. Your last thoughts are of utter defeat as magic reawakens and the medallion springs to life, sensing its master is dead. The psychic storm that emerges from the medallion flows through the elven army without remorse. ripping their minds apart and leaving no survivors. I need all of you to make 2 death saving throws as the Eyes of the Dead, the Death Rune, ends its course, and as you try to pull yourself out of it. Please mark down, for those of you who do have failed them. You guys open your eyes, standing atop the bald. There's almost a ghostly heat that seems to radiate from it now as you stand there, knowing what happened in this place. The only people to truly know.
That was brutal. That was.
What the hell is magic?
What the hell?
People rely on this stuff for every day and it can do that?
Yeah. Yeah, look.
Magic is a tool for good and bad. It is just a tool.
This is an isolated incident. This house. Fate is this. Some people have some wrong intentions for the use of powers they control. That Magnus.
Wolverines are capable of a great many wondrous and terrible things.
Wolverine did this.
Yeah.
I was
Oh,
someone
wait,
down.
Luna didn't know that, did she? My bad.
It's okay.
Eh.
And with the Magnus was called for rain. I feel it.
There was no doubt about it.
This happy smirk about him.
He was insane.
It was an ingenious plan. Terrifying. But it was very clever in its simplicity. So yeah, it makes sense. Wolverine.
There's nothing clever about killing that many people that way.
From an objective standpoint, it ensured none of the people he worked with died. Only the enemy.
No. That Wolverine, if he probably knew that people weren't gonna like it.
And he called it art.
Wolverine is the city of arts. Of all sorts and forms. War, magic, life, clockworks. From what I know, it's a place of extremes.
What art is there in killing others for opposing ideals? Those men and women had family. Every single one of them. And they all died. To be forgotten for nothing. That isn't art.
The war ended. This was all forgotten. Probably as it should have been.
I think the world would be better off not knowing this.
Which is our price. We must at least tell the keeper. The archivist?
The archivist, yes.
Archivist.
If we tell anyone other than him, it might start another war.
Indeed.
I can't see many people agreeing that the elves worked with such a man.
But they clearly had no idea how he would accomplish this.
They had no clue.
And still they bear their shame. The Falamago.
They only know that consequences of their actions here blinded their goddess. That's all they know, I think. I think that makes, because we had the vision earlier with Iskrin, what he saw and what he caused. Don't know. So we've found the deep dark secret that was best left buried, but it's not entirely why we came here. Sort of turns to look to Iska.
Iska has been, since coming back into this, eyes closed, head down. You can see some tears like dropping from the sides of her face, but just kind of frozen in place except for her hand moving slightly, as the only thing she's doing is trying to focus on finding those notes, and her fingers moving along in place, trying to find exactly the notes to play. And when some time passes and she thinks she has it, her head still bowed, she'll draw her violin and attempt to play the song heard by the fallen soldier.
Okay. Make me a performance check. On a 23, you begin it, and it starts to come together. But you know there's a piece still missing. You died too soon. There is more in that cavern. Under this rock.
I don't have it. She looks up to the party, eyes glistening, sparkling with tears.
Do you know how it is? Tell us this isn't for nothing.
She looks down at the ground. Below.
It's gonna take a long way to mine.
Maybe we could find an entrance. Unless... if this is still that Mage Arcane spell.
Yeah, from her vision, Jay, is there anything that Iska can ascertain to give us the location or where this could be, or just somewhere beneath the rock?
Sorry, quick question. So Luna was in the map, the head of mind with the cryptographer person, right?
Yes.
Does she remember the map she saw?
You remember the map, and you also remember seeing a riverbed running from up. There was an outlet.
Do I have like water sensing? Is there any water?
Golly, I didn't think of that, but yes, actually, well, you know that the Mirror of Sethanane is a salt flat now, so. But
that's right.
but certainly being able to find an old ancient riverbed between your cartography of what you saw and your, yes, I will allow it.
Yes. Talk
And,
about your watermarking.
Can Celia remember everything that she saw while she was in the watchtower?
All of you can remember all of those last moments.
Did Celia remember seeing any like cave entrances or?
No, because basically what happened to you, this fortification and cliff face that you were on was really just a part of the rock that hadn't been banished. When magic failed, basically your watchtower was looking straight into the side of this big giant granite ball. That was the fortification. There was a lie. There was no cliffside there at all. It was just they had banished the rest of the mountain to make it so that all those overlapping banishment runes on the plain below, the circles, each one of those hundreds of things that looked like records, was a different origin point for these waves of banishment as the mountain tried to reappear as magic failed. But, as I was saying, Luna, certainly you at least know to the south side of this mountain. And actually, you have a new toy to even figure out which side's the south side.
I sure do. Yeah, so she pulled out the orb of direction just to make sure she knows.
And you immediately are able to find which way's north and know that on the south side there was an old stream bed that used to feed and fill the Mirror of Sethanane.
Got it. So mentally, as everybody, she'll just be like, all right, this way, and start walking.
Right.
And you guys can follow Luna. Go ahead, Luna. You can give me a cartography tools check.
Sure thing.
As this is relying on that skill. On a 25. Damn. Natural 18 with the bonus on it. You guide through this forest, old growth forest, and you can see, again, from both your memory of seeing it all those millennia ago, those 2 millennia ago, and now this forest is grown on sort of detritus that is filled up on top of this bald, but as you go to the south, you eventually get to a place where it sort of drops off and you can see the original bald itself through the trees, and it's a bit of a cliff face, but you could either try to scale down it, you all have ropes and things, or you could sort of walk the long way around as to get off the south side of this bald.
How far down is it?
It's only about 50 feet or so.
50 feet?
Oh, you're gonna just swan dive, aren't you?
Yep.
Into adventure.
Cue Assassin's Creed sound.
So
Yes, that.
yeah. So as you and again nail the landing, you don't even have to do the check because it's 0 damage. You land, and you can give me a perception check as you. I'll give you advantage because if you're going to be using sort of your water genasi, sort of trying to pool water.
22.
With a 22, you aren't. It's not right here, but you're close. A bit to the east. You feel as though there's a draw of an old riverbed. How the rest of y'all getting down?
I have 50 feet of rope. I've got some stuff that I can nail in.
Yeah, the Hound Tongue Whip is also pretty good at.
Oh, that's right. You've got the Hound Tongue Whip. So
Okay.
between the Hound Tongue Whip, and
I also have a grappling hook.
Perfect.
Everything
for,
does have
for,
something is with
for
us.
expediency, you guys make it to the ground with all the tools at your that are available to you. It's not a hard climb. It's just a matter of a little bit of rappelling, and you follow Luna, and you find an old riverbed. It's about running through these trees. There's lots of tree fall. It's odd in this forest that has not been touched by humanoids or even higher intelligence animals in such a long time. It is like walking through a primeval world before there were animals at all. And after about 20 minutes, you make it to what you can see, even through these old trees, winding away to the south, a streambed, a riverbed. It seems to run up towards the rock itself. What would y'all like to do?
Well, shall we keep in the current formation? Is the cavern like the? It's
You don't
naturally.
Yeah, I mean, you see that the stream bed runs up towards the rock face. There's no obvious entry into the stone at all at this point.
I'm gonna go up and touch it, and just give it a pat over.
Do me an investigation check. 12, it's rock. You can see, where Luna sort of pointed out that the stream bed, the direction was coming from, but as you sort of walk straight towards the rock from, it's sort of perpendicular facing of the square bed of the riverbed, and start feeling around, you find nothing.
This
Would it be
can't
safe
just
to
be a
assume-
lost cause.
Sorry, I was going to say, would it be safe to assume that Celia would also be doing some sort of investigation check on the rock?
Well, I think that's safe. I'll go ahead and roll it up for her. Or if someone's got her sheet up real quick. If you don't, I can get it super quick. If no one's got it.
I can do it.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, never mind.
Teamwork.
Yep. Yeah. Our rogue would definitely be up there all about the investigation.
Oh yeah, doing a much better job than me.
Yeah, on a 17, Celia goes up and pretty much is able to give well, it's not here, in the general vicinity. Luna, do me a perception check.
Okay. Did I have advantage again?
It's water-based, so yes. As you approach up to where they're looking, because you kind of made the assumptions that this must be where it is as well, you can feel, especially at this close range, sort of standing in the riverbed, this river stream sort of heads off right hugging the rock up around to what's your left, which would be to your left, which would be the east. You can feel that the river ran along this edge of the rock, up sort of around a bend, around sort of the bend of the rock to the east.
Yeah. Luna would indicate that then.
How do y'all want to proceed?
We go searching, I suppose.
Okay, who wants to lead the search in that direction?
Iska would be towards the front, if not at the front. She was the one who saw the vision.
Celia would ask to be in front, so at least she could like check for things.
Okay, so Celia, you can make an investigation check either with advantage from Iska, or you all can each roll individually.
Looks to Bird.
You do it. You have a better investigation than I do by a whole bunch.
So 25.
On a 25, as you go around the bend, there's a strange sort of overlapping of rock, and you find a crack in the face of the stone. It's narrow, but it is big enough for a person to fit through. There's no water running out of it. But
Celia would point it out to the party.
Is it dark in there?
it is dark.
All right.
I know what I want to suggest, but it would be very un-Luna-like.
What would Alicia like to suggest?
Because, I mean, we know the water flowed here. It's big enough for a person. We can make another water slide like the temple tells us. But Luna wouldn't suggest that.
Whee!
Let me go first. I have my eyesight's more attuned to the darkness. Thanks to Lyle.
He's got devil sight.
Ah, yes.
120. Magical or non magical?
Bloody useful.
Yes. And going to go on up slowly. And
So what's y'all's marching order? It is single file through here.
All right, single file. So,
Vidar up front.
You have marching order.
Iska.
Iska's somewhere up there. Yep.
let's go. All right,
Celia behind Iska.
Celia.
mage in the middle.
Mage in the middle. Let's play Mage in the middle.
Now
Luna
Luna,
will be at the back.
you want to be at the back in case we get.
Okay.
You
Luck.
think you can survive a backstab?
And then Luna.
Yes, she definitely can.
Actually, yeah.
All right, I'll be in front of Luna then.
So you guys enter into this cavern, and it stretches almost directly into this weird, just sort of fault line crack into the stone. You travel for about 15 minutes, Vidar leading the way. I assume we've not lit any light, doing our normal dark vision things with luck. Yep. And after about the 15 minutes, you've gone about 200 yards. Vidar, you see the first face, submerged but peering out of the rock, a face of stone. As you are now seeing up close what you witnessed from afar through the War Magnus's eyes, your handiwork.
I stare at the face of stone and walk a little bit towards it. We're here. What's the facial features like? Is it reeling in pain? Like, what's the current last?
Screaming. Think Pompeii. It's that
Yep.
type of an idea. There are some that are like that. And as you all continue further in, you find more that look like actual marble statues. But the deeper you go, sometimes an arm, a hand, what might look like a natural feature, but it's part of a leg, just thigh bone sticking out. another 15, 20 feet. This opens up into a wider causeway. And that's when you see the first flag turn to stone as though it's still waving in the breeze. The flying falcon of the Greymont family. It's been long abandoned by Falcon's Crest. They use the Talon or a perched falcon. But the flying falcon here on the banner made of stone still looks like it's flying as the pole disappears into rock. Down the causeway, you see body parts, whole humans, and in some places where bone is sticking out of the stone, where it wasn't transformed or encased, but the person died, its flesh, as they were melded, phased through, and then made solid again, the stone. Vidar, at the end of the causeway, you see where this opens up into a wider chamber. You can't see all the way across it, but you can tell that the walls disappear.
Whoa. As I enter in, look up at the ceiling
You go forward to the chamber.
slowly.
As you approach, the air becomes warmer and warmer, almost hot, sticky. It's almost like a steam room as you start to approach. Luna, you certainly feel the change in moisture in the air as the temperature rises and rises, and it's more like steam in this place. You begin to see crystals where they've formed on the walls and now on these humans that were transformed into stone or not.
Last army. God.
Who was behind Axel?
Behind Axel is Luck.
Okay. Can we swap places? Like, can we squeeze past each other to swap
You
places?
can swap places in this wider causeway, yes.
Yeah.
So you want to get you behind Luck?
Yep. And then he's going to invite Sithrax onto his hand. Just every now and then touch a stone face. Or a stone, a stone, not exposed, but exposed.
Sithrax comes down and slithers out and again uses his tongue to taste. He kind of recoils, looks up towards you, and his eyes flash a little red. And you hear, for the first time truly just in your mind, Sithrax's voice. Unnatural. Wrong.
Okay. So just sort of responds back. Very well. And he is immediately on guard.
Quick question:
As
Is
he
it
stops
visible?
doing
other people when Axel does that, or can only Axel see that?
Luna, you're right. Oh no,
The
Sithrax just looks like a play of shadow to the rest of you. You don't see it as the serpent.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because that would be a different reaction.
Yeah. No, it's Sithrax has only been truly, I think, visible by the party once, which was, I'm trying to remember what it was. Was it after? I think it was after Eva's thing. It was sometime. I can't remember.
was when the
in the vineyard, of course.
portrait.
Yeah.
Yep.
In the vineyard. Yeah. Was the first time you all only saw truly Sithrax as an echo. So I'll be quiet.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's just the whole purpose of that was someone embrace that part, and Sithrax turns it down. And he, okay, just sort of bites them back, and doesn't repeat it.
Yeah.
But he is now on guard.
Okay. How about the rest of you? Seeing this, some of you, Iska particularly, having seen this up close and firsthand, Axel as well as the Archmage. We didn't tune back in as it was happening, but you watched this unfold around you and knew more than anyone what was happening and that there was no escape.
Just pressing on. I mean, keeping an eye out for the faces and the bodies that she saw before she left the vision. She wants to find this song and get the hell out of here.
So you continue all forward, and you come to a chamber, and there's light here, dim. It's as though when you stand beside a pool and you see the ripples projected up on to the caves, it is a orangish, arcane light. And Iska, this is a familiar light to you. It's the light that was your last vision. And as your eyes all adjust, you can see across this domed ceiling, in front of you, underneath of you, reaching out, hundreds of stone faces, arms, hands, and at the center, a spring that seems to be boiling. Not necessarily a full roaring boil, but enough that it is steaming off. And as it cuts in contact with the walls, it condenses, returning to water. And you watch as drips of water from fingertips, from blank staring eyes like tears, from open mouths screaming, flow and drip back down, falling into the spring to be boiled again, so that the water can never leave here to replenish the mirror of Sethanain. It's just this constant turnover, evaporation, and falling again. Make me a perception check. Iska, I'm sorry. Or everyone can.
I'm gonna burn something on that. Iska is determined in here.
Yeah.
I'll burn a luck dice on it and roll again.
Okay.
Okay. Doesn't get much better.
Okay. You, Iska particularly, you try to concentrate. You see these drips falling, but you can't hear them. The sound of the spring, this boiling, is like white noise that is canceling out the song, that's canceling out the drops.
Is the spring in the same area the drops are falling, or are they
so
falling?
It's basically a pool of water. There is a rune below the surface, sort of silver mirror-like top of its surface, and it is a dome up around it that is just hundreds of these statues reaching out and screaming, or in all the sort of poses of their deaths that are sort of all reaching out, and from each and every little outcrop is water dripping that then sort of runs back down into the pool to then sort of boil and evaporate again. And you remember it was when the rune went dark that you heard the song.
Axel, or anyone, is there some way to dampen that down there? She points to the room. I just need to hear for a moment, just the silence.
I can try. Can I identify the rune? Have any thoughts?
It is the same rune that the Archmage saw. It is a what's left of some sort of planar, either banishment or portal that leads to the realm, the plane of fire. Celia, on a 27, there is something moved under the surface of the water.
Guys, there's something there.
A creature or something shifting?
I don't know, but something moved under the water.
Can Axel determine if he can actually fiddle either weaken temporarily with this rune without causing something terrible to go wrong?
Do an arcane check. Arcana check.
Because if it's a remnant of a banishment area, and they're in an open space, if it disables, might not be good. Or if he can't turn it back on, that kind of, yeah.
On a 26, it seems as though whatever banishment, this is no longer a banishment as much as it is a portal that is allowing energy flow in from the plane of fire. It was a banishment room, but in its age and damage to it, it's no longer banishing whatever might have been in this bubble of space that it had originally banished. Has been lost to the realm of fire and not been able to return, but there's still a sort of energy bleeding through it. On a 26 as well, I mean, runes are fairly easily disrupted. I mean, heck, you guys did it all the way back at Verdant Falls. Yeah. It's a matter of getting to it.
Yeah, but getting it back on, is that possible as well?
It would have to be cast, and this is not a tradition. I mean, it's like I say, it's the remnants of a rune that's sort of bleeding. It's not necessarily a rune that is in any way standard anymore.
Also, do we want to turn back on the portal rune to the realm of fire?
And if this water stopped boiling away, it would also eliminate.
The song would be lost
Couldn't be caught by anyone else.
as soon as we get it.
Mm.
We leave it tied.
Right. Luna, you're the one who deals with water. There's something in there. We can't pick it out. Maybe it's an elemental creature of some sort. Maybe you could remove the water. Is that possible?
Okay.
It's more. I mean, this is it's swimming pool, bigger than swimming pool size. Big swimming pool sized. It's not just a tiny little bit. Yeah.
Well, disturb the water then. See if anything happens.
All right. She'll start making waves then, like ripples and then waves. If she can.
Yep.
I know she can affect a huge area, but just kind of start that.
So are you? I forget how far away are you able to control water from?
So let me double check the distance actually, because I haven't had to worry about that in a while. I can do it from 30 feet away.
Okay. So standing back 30 feet. I assume everyone's standing back as well, or have you all approached the pool?
Celia's pulled both of her weapons out. She's ready if something attacks.
Yeah, before Luna starts, she'll say, prepare yourselves, everyone.
Alright. Lyle's out and prepared to cast a spell.
Look pulls out his pickaxe.
As you begin to make waves, you see it. The ripples that are already happening inside of the pool are magnified by Luna's affecting the water and pushing down in it, and what at first looked like was just sort of a steaming pool with a few bubbles in it sort of becomes wavy, rippling sort of wakes inside of it. And as you watch, you see a tentacle break the surface. I need all of you to roll initiative.
Yep.
Give me 1 second to clear the old one.
Question: can I cast my spell that I was preparing to cast?
Do we get a map on this one, or?
There is not a map on this one. The little theater of the mind.
Alrighty.
Do you want us to drag our tokens from the sheets?
Let's see. Actually, you should have on the map that you are on. Let me put you somewhere where you have tokens. Tell you what, we're going to use for you guys. We're not going to broadcast it, but we'll put you on the Bat battle just so you can click on your tokens there and roll your initiative.
Wonderful.
Sounds good.
Nice and spooky face.
I don't want to.
Big roll, big roll, big roll, big roll, big roll.
Up front, initiative 6. This is going to go wonderfully.
My roll 20 decided to reload.
Where did my music go? Come on.
I've got it back.
I can hear something.
Look at Celia with a 24 show off.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope it rolls a 25. Actually, no, I don't. I would
No. I'd like our rogue to go first, please.
No, I would actually like her to go first. Fricassee, that tentacle. I could, and now I don't hear. Hold on.
I do.
I heard music.
There's a low thrum. Is that supposed to be? Yes, that's it.
Now we got music.
Yeah.
Oh, spooky. Perfect.
Cool.
Yep.
Lovely.
That's not the.
I rolled.
It's not the one that I thought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who else rolled or hasn't rolled?
My roll 20 has been slow.
Okay, no
And
worries.
this is how you sneak in water monsters in your campaign, people.
Yep. Let's give you a little something interesting. Still waiting on you, but I'll go ahead and roll my initiative.
Oh, yeah, well, Kyle said he
Yeah,
had to.
my roll 20 has been mean.
Yep. Darn it, I forgot to click. I'm using that token just because it's here.
Thank you. Come on, Vidar.
You can do it. You can do it.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I was gonna say I don't think your dex is as high as Celia's, so we will go ahead and jump on in here. So actually, you did say you were preparing a spell, so you can go ahead and cast Vidar
Okay, it's
at this tentacle that comes out. It is just a tentacle. You don't have much of a thing, and it comes out striking like a snake, so it will be at disadvantage if it has an attack roll.
it's not. It's Moonlight Shards. So what is it now? I think it's 8. Yeah. 8 little Moonlight Shards of light just come up and around from his hands.
Okay. So yeah, you see these little shards of moonlight pool around you and begin orbiting around your head. Cilia, there's a tentacle that reached out but then disappeared back underneath the water.
Yep.
There's your initiative.
Thank you.
Yep. There is the thing disappeared and she's not dumb enough to walk into boiling water.
It'll be fine.
It'll be great.
She will kind of she's gonna sneak up. So she'll kind of like move up a bit and hide. Use her bonus action to hide.
Okay. I will let you do that. Go ahead and roll that stealth check for me. Okay, cool. And let me do a little bit of a insight. You believe that you are hidden.
All right, I want to kind of use my rapier, and when another tentacle comes out, she wants to kind of stab it into the ground
Okay.
and make it can't go away.
Gotcha. Currently, this sort of struck and then disappeared. So you're holding. So I'm hearing that you're holding your action. Or
Yep, I'm gonna hold my action until another tentacle comes out. She's just gonna stab her rapier like down onto it and try and make it stay.
Okay, that will be a called shot, so it'll be at disadvantage as these are very fast. But you can certainly try.
Yeah.
Cool. Next up, we do have Vidar.
Oh, wow. What? Oh, wow. Insane, guys. All right. Bonus action. I'm going to send two of these stars just going flying at this tentacle. So you can make me a dexterity saving throw for both of those, as it's going to go into its space and just explode.
Okay. Is that attack roll? Go ahead and roll it.
No, it's a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw on their side. So it is beneath the water, so it's going to have advantage on this on these saving throws, as these have to penetrate the water. Like I said, the tentacle came out and then disappeared back down into the water.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, that's
Cool.
Pew.
So
That's
he's going to
fine.
have advantage on this. You see that the first one does seem to like penetrate down through the water, and you see the water just sort of writhe a little bit as though it perhaps has hit something. However, you cannot be sure. The other one does not seem to get the same reaction.
Okay, and I'm going to pull out as my action. I'm going to use the Sphere of Winter Wonders. Just give it a toss and see what it comes out for the D100 targeting the creature.
Okay. Go for it. Okay. I'm sorry.
So
The music I wanted is not playing, so we're just going to jump around a little bit until I get an actually good battle music for you guys. On an 80.
80. I cast invisibility on myself.
Okay. Vidar disappears from sight.
Look, where's he gone? Oh wait, maybe he's right next to those magic floating orbs.
Yeah,
That
It
probably
really gives it away.
really kind of gives
That's-
it away.
That's just like, huh.
Luck, you are up next. There's something in the water.
Hmm. This water's boiling, right? It's like
It is not roaring boiling, but it certainly is evaporating. It is pre-boiling temperatures. Probably in the hundreds of degrees. Yeah, 100, like 120, 140. It's not, it's not, you're not jumping into a roaring boil.
all right. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take an action to go into my pack and grab something. Then
Okay,
I am going to grab myself a cap of water breathing.
there you go.
It doesn't even need attunement, which is the best part
Yep,
about it.
you put it on your head, and you feel this sort of strange heaviness in your chest. But okay,
He throws his bag to the side, holds his pick, and leaps into the water.
okay. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Sure thing. I'm going to spend. Yep, I'm absolutely spending an advantage on this. Thanks, chat. Thanks,
On a
chat.
21, yeah, you. It is hot, but you do not take any damage. Your sort of heavy form is able to take the heat, so to speak. And as you get underwater, you see this large, swimming, worm-like creature with long tentacles coming out of its mouth, a huge jaw that comes out, this strange aberrant creature like nothing in nature, and it swirls around you, but you are in what is a big pond, but this is a big creature and you're in there with it.
No, it's in there with me.
Okie dokie.
Dead.
So you have an attack. You're welcome to swing it.
I thought it would take an action to get into my bag.
Okay. Actually, I was thinking that would be a bonus action. I mean, that's...
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I shall swing at it then, since first swing. That's a total miss.
Yep. Underwater. Actually, remember, underwater, your pick has disadvantage.
It's a piercing weapon.
Oh,
so
you're right. It is a piercing weapon.
I am incredibly well suited for underwater combat, apparently.
Believe it or not. Roll that second attack.
Come on. 18.
On an 18, that just hits. Go ahead and roll that damage.
Give him an old 24.
Well, that'd have been if you had the crit.
Yeah, sorry, give him 14.
14.
My brain
Yep.
did not match.
You see this creature in front of you writhe in pain as the force damage off of your pick. As you come swinging around with it, it almost becomes incorporeal, swinging easily through this water and slams into the side of it, and it sort of rears back and hisses at you.
just a big taxi.
You've done movement, action, bonus action. Axel,
Yep.
you are up. Do me an Arcana check. Oh, never mind. You haven't seen it yet.
No, I have not. Also, don't know any water creatures because nothing particularly of any decent size.
This is something that you might have come across in your research.
No, I'm talking water beasts because I polymorph. But yeah, I don't know what to polymorph anyone into.
Right. I'm talking about, the creature in the water. So
Yeah, no, he hasn't seen the creature. He was gonna had a plan, but then luck dived straight in. So he's gonna run up to the edge of the water, see if he gets a better view of whatever's in there.
roll me a perception check.
Yeah.
On a 16, it's enough. It's big. And you see sort of Luck underwater, sort of treading water as this large beast sort of curls around it. And with the 20 on your Arcana check, you've read about this. It's not the same morphology that you are used to. This is something unique, perhaps created from the magic that was unleashed here. This is an aboleth, but it is an elemental aboleth.
Oh my.
Luck's face right now.
You
Yeah,
just
jump right
dive-
into the water there, Luck.
Oh, this isn't good. She got no spells for this. Elemental aboleth. I wonder. No. Yeah, he is just. You know what? He is going to detonate a. Yeah, thunder. Fireball. Right next to it, not on Luck.
Right. Within the pool, I'm going to make you do an Arcana check to see if you can aim this right through the water and all that. It's going to be at disadvantage as you're shooting in there to see if you can land this to not also get Luck.
Nope. That's a 20 crit.
So, well, I said it was at disadvantage on the because it's through the
17.
water, so it's a 17. But on a 17, that's high enough with where I'd put the DC. So you are able to shoot this down and detonate a thunder damage fireball using your lore mastery. So go ahead and roll me up that damage.
Level 3. Boop. There's not DC 11, there's a DC 14. It still hasn't fixed itself.
Yep, DC 14 on a dex save.
Yeah, dex save, yep.
These guys, believe it or not, are very dexterous because they are pretty damn big. But it rolled a 17. So it is able to, through the water, still get itself out of the way, sort of seeing this coming as it's dodging away from the attacks from Luck. But still is going to take 12 points of thunder damage as it ripples through. Luck, you sort of feel in the distance, like almost like this depth charge go off, and water sort of bubble up out of the top as this thunderous fireball goes off underneath the water. It is now.
James Bond.
Anything else you're wanting to do? I think you're out.
He doesn't really have much. He's probably going to draw his axe, have it in one hand. But that's about it.
Which brings it to the aboleth's turn. It swirls around and is going to make attacks with its tentacles against Luck because, he's right there. I think he's going to make all three against Luck. On an 18?
Yeah. I fear no man, but this isn't a man. Oh, 18, yeah.
That's 12 bludgeoning. It is normal bludgeoning, so it is reduced to half. But I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Crumbs. 18.
On an 18, this tentacle slaps into you and then slips away, doing the bludgeoning damage, but doesn't seem to have any lasting effect. It's going to make another tentacle attack at you. On another 18.
Please don't, buddy.
It's another 12, another 6 bludgeoning damage, 12 to reduce by half, and I need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
Oh, I'm gonna. Do I want to? Oh.
Mm.
Take a 15.
Thank you. That makes it a.
Using your portents, you
18.
Positioned your thunder. You positioned your thunder fireball just in the right spot, so it pushed back Luck just a little bit as this second attack doesn't seem to stick, as these tentacles seem to be somehow magically charged. It's going to make its last attack against Luck. Ooh, with a 12. It misses. And after making its attack, Luck, you see as it lunges towards the surface, and as it breaks the surface, it uses its bonus action to change its state into its gaseous form, and you all now see above you swirling this aboleth made of steam and gas. Its outline still discernible, but basically filled with gas and steam as it is now up above the water, guarding its lair.
Does anyone else having flashbacks to eyeballs?
Not liking this.
It is now Iska's turn.
1 sec. I gotta rethink what I was gonna do because my enemy became a different state of existence. So let's see here. So this thing is just kind of floating all around. Like
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
like it is a definite creature. Actually, I mean, it's sort of almost imagine a giant Sithrax, but made of steam. It is this giant snake-like creature, but with these huge tentacles out from its from around its mouth, and this sort of big fangy maw, long, strong-looking tail.
But again, even that is made out of this gaseous, steamy form.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this, and you rule it however you want to.
Okay.
Iska, with her enhanced violin that she had found, begins to play the same song she used against the Mass Dragonflight Syndicate. Seeing this thing in a gaseous form, she casts Wind Wall, hoping to basically like blow this like steam and just keep it like away. This thing is gaseous, so hopefully this like buys us some time or kind of disrupts its form a little bit.
Okay. Click on it so I can see what do you have it in your spell sheet, or you not? If you don't,
I have.
that's fine.
I can look it up real quick in the Roll20.
I'm assuming that I know what I'm going to need to do. Yes, you can do that. I'm going to have the aboleth make a Constitution saving throw to see if it's able to keep its form and not get blown apart, based against your spell save DC.
Which is 17.
So it's going to make a Constitution saving throw, and on a 12, your wind wall comes bursting out from you from the violin and takes the aboleth and pins it up against the ceiling, its gaseous form being held by the wind wall, stationary up. It's probably about, because wind wall, I believe, is a vertical. It's like a vertical wall of wind. So it pushes it to the ceiling. It does push it up probably out of most people's melee, but up against the ceiling, which is probably about 30 feet high in this dome. But it is currently pinned up against all of these sort of stone statues that surround it. Anything else you'd like to do? Good show.
Hey. Well, I mean, the other person who's best at using water, she'll just say, Luna, I have no idea what this thing is, but I'm guessing you can take care of it. Will be a bardic inspiration to Luna.
Cool.
Luna.
How high? How
30
high
feet.
up in the air? I got step in the wind. I can make that. I
Okay.
got step in the wind athlete. Yeah, no, I can totally make that.
So
You know what?
You're basically going to climb on the statues of the people. I mean, it's gruesome, but it is climbable.
That's true. Okay, should I do gruesome or stupid but cool? Because I got a ton of water to play with.
You do have quite a bit of water to play with.
Ramp, and then do my running start up.
Because I believe you're at level 6, so each level you get an extra 5 square feet.
7.
5 cubic feet, right? So you can control 15 or 20 cubic feet of ice. You can make like an ice staircase. Is that kind of what you're thinking?
Actually, I start at 10.
Okay, so you start at 10, and then 11, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So you can make like a 30. Yeah, you can make like a staircase of ice.
That's what
It's going to melt really quick though with this boiling water
understand.
underneath you.
Nope,
yeah.
I understand, but I want my Frozone moments.
I will give you your Frozone moment. Let's see it. Tell me this Frozone moment.
All right, so using this, sort of evaporating water, Luna just sort of like exerts her will out of it. Perhaps even still has a little bit leaking out of her water skins to sort of like guide it. Don't judge me. Guide to like serve as like this outline of it.
Okay.
And it's just kind of like this ramp up, and she's just building Steam. That's not the pun I wanted to make, but it was there. The steam for this
Building
attack
steam.
with like this gauntlet glowing, and just try and hit this thing that's incorporeal. And I really don't know if this is gonna work, but that's the moment she wants.
So you pulled in Ice Knuckles.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, oh, that's right. No, it would have to be Ice Knuckles. Yes, it would. I was gonna say I was gonna make it the Smite, but I can't because I'm doing the water shaping.
Okay. Go ahead and make those attacks
Okay.
as you go running up.
All right. So I can only do 3 since it was Ice Knuckles, but there we go. 1. Nope.
Nope.
2.
Nope.
And there we
3.
go.
So on the first 2, as you're running up there trying to get there, it is writhing up
Oh
against...
wait, hold on. I have an inspiration from Iska on that first one.
You certainly do. So yep, you can roll a d8.
I just need a 7. No big deal. No.
Nope. So as you go running up this ramp that you've made, it's almost like falling apart with each step as your feet sort of go through, as it's like soft ice. By the time you get to the top, you can't quite get your footing as it's almost melting underneath of you. But as you, in frustration after missing it twice, your third sort of backhanded around, you've given it a big old haymaker.
Yeah, I actually imagine what it was. It's just like, it was like miss, like come over with the kick on the way down.
So the last attack is you're not knuckling the last one. You're,
Oh, that's right. It's Knuckles. It does have to be his. Never mind. Never mind the flavor. Yes,
okay.
It's all Knuckles.
So yeah, sort of roundhouse it in.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead and write me the damage with your Ice Knuckles.
All right. So there's unarmed and then Ice Knuckles. Oh, there you go.
Cool. Wow, that's max damage. And as you go swinging around, you see this, as your fist passes through it, the Ice Knuckles, the frost damage, through the steam, condenses it. And while you know you've done your bludgeoning damage to it, as you hit it and condenses, a huge chunk is knocked out as the frost damage in its gaseous form seemed to have pulled a piece of it out, which you then landed a punch on, doing quite a devastating attack on this, even with just the one hit on this elemental aboleth.
All right, awesome. And then she's falling into the water.
Yeah, so you're falling. As you fall, the aboleth is going to it's gonna make an opportunity attack because you were right there with a tentacle.
It's not willing movement on my part.
Ooh, that's true. It's not willing. So then I'll use my legendary action and make a tail attack instead.
That's fine. You still use it in action.
Yep, I will use my.
That's no good.
Burn it.
I will use a legendary action to make a tail swipe. Are you kidding me?
Yes. Whatever it was. Yes.
Make him
Nat
have it.
1.
Yes.
Yeah.
It tries to lash out with its tail, but as it lashes out, the wind wall catches it and just slams its tail back up into the ceiling.
I own the water here. Get out.
Apparently, Celia, you are up.
I was here first.
Gypsy. No, I'm going insane. Gypsy is one of my characters, however, this is not her. Celia will switch to her bow. She can stow both of hers at the same time and then pull her bow.
Okay, you can do that.
Which is that her bonus action?
To what?
Well,
you're already hidden.
Yeah, I was, wasn't I? Yeah.
Yep, you're already hidden, so you can go ahead and make your bow attack.
I'm going to use one of my unbreakable arrows.
Okay.
Oh.
26 will hit.
And then, because I was hidden.
As you shoot up into this aboleth, even with the unbreakable arrow, this mundane weapon seems to pass right through it, hit the wall, and falls and clatters to the ground.
Well, at least it didn't break.
Didn't break as it hits into the rock. Anything else you'd like to do?
She's like, well, I'll be down here.
On action 20, the center of the pool, you see the aboleth look down at the center of the pool as eyes blaze, and you see the pool begin to boil even more so as a huge steam cloud erupts out of there. I need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw as it is in its lair.
I'm going to mulligan that.
You know what? I don't trust Jay. I'm gonna use a chat inspiration on this,
Okay.
which I think is a D
12.
12. Okay. Yep.
I'm just gonna.
Did you already use Iska's inspiration?
I used
Yeah.
Iska's already. Okay. I feel more secure about that now.
So how are your death saves looking, guys?
Yeah, remember those folks? That's why I had you record.
Yeah,
those.
that's why I wanted to use the inspiration anyway.
All on one.
So, for those of you who rolled underneath of a 14, you take 19 points of fire damage. Those above take 9 points of fire damage as this steaming, searing cloud sort of billows through.
Gross.
With that, Vidar, it's your turn.
All right, so the floating blobs of light get away from the pool.
That's right, you're invisible.
But he's going to send through two more moonlight shards, send them straight up to the gaseous form, and to explode, make them explode in the space of the form.
Okay, go ahead and roll for those. Or I'm sorry, I need to roll, right? Dex again?
Yes, please.
But yeah, give me the damage, so.
All right, bang, bang.
Is it Dex for both or for each one, or
Yeah,
okay.
dex for each one.
And it's 17. On a 10, it fails the first one, taking 3 radiant damage. On a 10 on the second one, it takes the 11 radiant damage as well, as 14 points of radiant damage. This moonlight goes shining through it. It is...
All right. And for, as I'm moving away for my main action, I'm going to reach out my hand and try to spike this thing's mind.
Ooh, okay.
So you're going to have to give me a... what is it? I think it's a wisdom save. It's going to be a hell butt of damage. Wisdom.
Okay. So a wisdom saving throw on the Aboleth. He actually has proficiency in this. That's a 20. So he saves, which is, I assume, half damage.
Yeah.
Which would be 27 divided by 2 is 26, which would be 13.
Yeah.
And as your attack spikes into his mind, you feel this feedback from the Aboleth, and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw as his infecting telepathy recoils back upon you.
Battle of the wits.
That.
12?
And I'm going to yell at him. I'm going to, as I can feel this pressure in my mind, I'm going to scream out in my own mind, just going, "No! just going to deny him, and I'm going to succeed. With
Using
right.
your legendary resistance
My legendary resistance.
that you got from a
That was-
magic surge.
That was a good one.
As you felt it come over you, as that infection began to bleed into your mind, your limbs began to slow and feel heavy. Your breath became short. Your body started to feel as though it was made of searing hot stone. And then you push it away using your red legendary resistance.
Quick thing from the chat, since it was pinned up against the wall, I mean, the attacks are done now, it didn't hit anyway, but would it have disadvantage since it's pinned currently for dex saves?
It is.
Well, it failed both of them anyway.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm just meaning if
Oh
for some reason.
yeah, probably true. It would have failed the
Okay.
deck saves because it's considered grappled. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
There we go.
No, good question. I missed it. So Vidar, that is your turn, I assume. Action,
That is
bonus
my
action,
turn.
unless
You're
you get
getting
a-
away using both. I'm just going to yell out, Frost. Keep using Frost magic on it.
Next up, Luck.
Nice bath I'm having. I guess I'll surface in this case.
Okay.
How's it looking up there?
It's hard to tell. This gaseous form is sort of pinned up. It's up against the wall. You can't tell a whole lot, other than that it seems to be pinned there and is writhing. It has certainly taken some damage. Its form is not nearly as coalesced as when it first emerged from the pond.
Okie dokie then. I shall hold my action to hit it in the face very hard.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're saving the attack action.
Yeah.
Got it. Axel, pinned up against the ceiling, a large gaseous steam-formed cloud. Stand by. Wait.
Legendary.
Nope. Never mind.
No?
Go ahead.
Right. Axel is going to call out some spell incantations and draconic, lift up his mutilated hand, and sort of just start to pull in. As he does so, the area around the aboleth seems to fog with cold, and then he crushes, and there is almost like a detonation of just flash freezing as he casts Fireball as a cold spell.
You can only change the damage type of a spell once per long rest, I believe, on your lore. Once you've changed it to Force, you can't now change. Once you change it to Thunder, you can't change it now to Cold. You change another spell to Cold, but not the Fireball.
I think according to default build, you can change it as much, but the save you change once.
I'm gonna rule you can't. I'm gonna say that you lock it in once you've locked it in for the day.
Yep, no, I got that. No, I figure that's probably fine. Then he can't do anything.
But other
Magic
spells,
missile.
I mean, any other spell you can change to something else.
Other spells.
Oh, man.
Um,
Well, in that case,
he's gonna do the same thing and cast magic missile.
that works. Magic missile is Frost.
Frost missile. Suddenly, it's wow.
Yeah, it is totally
fourth
wow.
level.
So wow. Or it could be. Oh God, how did I just lose the name of it? Damn it, Dracula. The Dracula thing with the sorceress and you're doing the cosplay of him. Not Transylvania.
Castlevania.
Thank you.
Castlevania, Trevor.
Trevor with her. She did the little ice spike.
Oh, that was
yeah,
labor.
the sorceress. Sorry, I was like, Dracula.
Wow. So you just did.
Just-
So yes. So how many bolts is that?
That is, I think that's 7 bolts. He cast
7 bolts.
No, yep, 6. So he cast it at
6.
4th level. So.
Yeah. So describe how you cast this and how all of these things sort of spiral in Gundam style towards this creature. And we'll see whether it kills it because I got to do some math now.
So he sort of uses one hand to form a shape. The air sort of crystallizes and freezes as he forms like a rune floating in the air. And then he just smashes it and it shatters into 6 pieces and just shards of ice thrown towards it.
Jagged shards of this crushed rune go flying up to the ceiling and hit 100% without fail. And every place where it passes through, you can see its steamy form sort of become watery and flesh and just begin to fall down into the pool below. It is grievously wounded by this attack. However, it is not completely dissipated. Is that it? Oh, you're muted. Yep.
That's all he can do.
Yep.
Is that it?
Yeah.
That's
That's
everything.
So as
Kind of 20.
this happens, the creature now being just ripped into by these this frost damage actually retakes its form and becomes solid again and drops from the ceiling. The wind wall no longer able to hold it up, and falls down into the water. Yes, Vidar? You're muted.
As it takes solid form, can I flash my eyes?
You can certainly try.
I would love to certainly try. He can make me a Constitution saving throw.
He actually doesn't need to because he's immune to the blinded condition. But so he falls.
Oh, look.
harsh, bro.
that was just like instant poof.
Yeah. Anyway, he falls to the ground. I actually do need Luck and Luna to make me a dexterity saving throw as a large creature is falling from 30 feet above you.
Aha, advantage.
Is he immune to falling damage?
Into a pool.
He's falling into a pool.
Oh, into a pool. Yeah, then that's
Yeah,
fine.
he's not falling to the ground. He's falling into the pool of water, but these guys are right there.
Come on, Dexy.
Gonna use my other inspiration.
Boom.
Okay, Luck. Yeah, you see this guy coming because you had your eyes on him waiting to come. So you're almost licking your chops. So on a 17, Luna, you also get out of the way. You get sort of buffeted to the sides as it lands. Luck, as it comes down, I'm going to let you take your attacks at advantage with that 23 dexterity saving throw because this is going to be cool.
Do I? Nope. I'm not. I'm going to just straight up attack him with the old pick. No fancy stuff.
Wait, no, yeah, you were holding your action. You can definitely take your attack.
Yeah.
18 and a 24 both hit.
Nice.
Roll the damage. This is gonna get interesting.
15 and 9. I want to reroll that second damage.
Okay, do it.
Oh yeah, I can just click it again. There we go. 1 extra damage.
4.
It can make all the difference.
Thanks.
Good enough.
Hey, it's 20.
It lands in the pool. These 2 wicked attacks into its form. It is bloodied. It is all but falling apart, but it lives.
Bitch.
And as it now can take its turn, it's going to just start lashing out. I'm gonna
Luck hit him last.
Luna's up the side, just like, hey, bro, hey.
I only hit you once.
Luna insulted him.
It's going to take 2 attacks against Luck and 1 attack against Luna as it slashes out with its tentacles.
That's fair.
And so the first tentacle attack against, we'll do Luna first since she rolled that one first. On a 27.
Oh no, did my connector just drop?
No.
I think it just dropped.
Oh no.
Hopefully it'll come back in a second.
We can hear you though still, which is crazy.
That was the worst possible time.
We can hear you.
She
Hello?
can't hear us.
I'm waiting for the Zoom.
Is she back? Hold on.
I can see.
We can hear you perfectly.
Hello?
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Hey!
On a 27,
Oh, come on!
it does 9 bludgeoning damage to you, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, of course it does.
Good luck.
We'll note the damage first.
Leaving you.
Okay, Constitution, right?
Yep.
Last inspiration.
Okay.
17?
On a 17, you succeed as the tentacle
Yeah.
wipes out at you and does not seem to infect your flesh. Its other 2 tentacles lash out at Luck, who has just slammed it with this horrid attack. On a nat 20.
That's fine. All right, okay.
You mean on a 12?
Oh, divination. Axel,
man.
at the last second, you reach your arm down in as Luck is close to the side and pull him just out of the way. So it was a 12 was the roll?
Yes. 12 on the roll, yeah.
So 12. So a 21 still is going to hit, but it is
Still
not
gonna
a crit.
hit, but so not. I'll take it.
So it's 12 bludgeoning reduced to 6 for you, Luck. And I need
This
you
guy likes his consistency.
to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. Whoop. Ooh. You know what? I'll take it.
Okay.
Let's see what he's got in store.
Let's go ahead and make the other attack first.
All right.
On a 26.
Yeah.
For only 7 bludgeoning damage, reduced to 3, but I need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
On 18. As the first tentacle attack rips across you, a mighty blow that was just barely avoided from being even worse by Axel. The tentacle, as it goes and slices through your arm, it lingers for just a moment, and you feel as from out of that wound, your arm begins to deaden and stiffen as your arm starts to begin to turn to stone, and you feel it flowing through your blood. You are now diseased. If we get to your turn, we'll tell you what's going on.
Guys, kill this quickly, please. I just remembered what these things do.
Iska, it is now your turn.
Okay, again, a last minute thing. Makes you reconsider my entire turn. So Luck's close enough to the shore that Axel could grab him, yeah?
Yep.
Is there any way Iska would have any idea that something has happened to Luck, that something terrible is happening to him right now?
Oh yeah, especially you remember the
having
vision. It's happening. It's happening to Luck now in real time. A part of his body is turning into searing hot stone. What you really know is you smell that same burning flesh that filled your nostrils as you saw your partner's face turn to stone.
She will run to the shoreline directly next to Axel, and she will grab Luck's arm that's changing with both of hers and hold it tight and just say, "Not you, not now," and cast Lesser Restoration on him.
As you hear a musical note, a song, a note that Iska sings, saying, "Not here, not how, now." And the magic flows down out of Iska's hands, passing over the wound that was showing the infection, and it disappears back into healthy flesh.
End it, Luna. Bardic Inspiration.
Luna,
All
you
right.
got a big old aboleth worm in your home. She's in your home, Luna.
Fury of blows time.
Oh yeah.
All right. Come on now. Come on! I will use the inspiration on the bargain inspiration on the 14.
Okay.
8, right?
Yep, D8.
Yes. Okay. 2 of them hit.
You see this happen in front of you. You see Iska running forward, putting herself in danger. It distracts you for a moment, but you see now that Luck is safe. Luna, tell me how you end this aboleth.
Yes!
It has
Was this mother gun on 1 HP?
1 HP.
That's what I get for not using my rights! That's what I get for not using my rights!
Oh, man.
Landed with 134 of his 135.
Oh.
That's what I get for not using the rights.
But all right. We, so Luna seeing that Luck is safe. She doesn't know if this thing speaks primordial or not. This is how she's gonna do it. So just kind of looking it dead in its eye or whatever. This water is not your home, and you have desecrated a holy place. You are not welcome. Just right through it.
And as your ice knuckle goes through its skull, you see where it's sort of like this hard carapace of a skull just shatter. And all down its form. It's trying to escape by turning back into gas, but it can't escape the ice knuckles. As they go plunging through its skull, it just shatters and becomes this sort of hazy ice on top of the water that as the boiling, simmering water just evaporates it. And you all are left in silence.
I'm guessing we pull Luck out of the water just to get him completely onto shore.
Yeah.
You sort of putting the pick to the side and like checking his arm, just making sure.
Is it still happening? Are you good?
We're good. We're good. What was that?
That was dangerous.
Thank you. That just, you know,
That was, I think it was a form of aboleth, sort of primordial aberrations of sorts. But this one was sort of attuned to the fire and the heat of this place.
Okay.
Yeah, it was an aberration, quite scary.
That was. Well, is everyone all right? Roll call.
Good, buddy. If not out of power.
Luna just kind of like rises up out of the water like it's an elevator.
Well done, Luna.
Walks across.
Celia?
Wow.
You look around and still see the faces of all these people, these humans looking down at you, the water dripping, still sort of being muffled by the boiling pool.
All right.
No, threat is over. How are we going to approach this? Should probably take a little rest and have a think.
Suppose.
What would? Yeah.
Not going to interrupt the rest of the group. Balloon is actually going to be off to the side, praying to St. Cuthbert for the people who were trapped and killed here.
Yes, you begin to give rites or just prayers to all of these people. St. Cuthbert being very much a human god that's often worshipped.
So we'll test the temperature of the water.
It's warm. I mean, you'll have to do a con save, but it's not going to cook you alive. You saw Luck and Luna both in there. Luna actually could give you cool water to sort of protect you even.
Yeah, he's sort of just going to shake off most of the stuff that he doesn't want to dive into, get in water, and he just goes to dive in.
It's kind of similar to the geyser back at.
Yeah, no, I was thinking it's like, yeah, it's geyser
very
again.
similar to the geyser that you all swam in.
Yeah, so he'll just dive straight down to the rune and attempt to destroy it, damage it, break it.
Yeah, with your axe, your dragon runed axe, which is a magical weapon and has magical properties. It doesn't take much. With a swing, you're able to break the runes, and the runes sputters out and goes dark.
Swims straight back up.
Iska, it begins to grow quiet. You can hear the breaths of your party, but once again, the drips. So similar to those last moments. And you look up, and it's almost like there's moonlight here coming off of the spring. And you see running around this dome of faces and people, all of their different features with water dripping off of them. You can see the trails of this moonlit water, and it almost creates a staff with notes upon it. And as each note drops to the floor, it makes the sound of that note. And the song begins to pull itself together. If you would like to make a performance check.
Absolutely, and I'm going to burn an advantage on this one. You know, these things are tough to tell sometimes. I'm going to spin an inspiration as well.
Okay.
This is why we're here.
Yep.
It's a D12 when it's from chat.
Yep.
So 25 total.
Out of 25. Yep. You begin to put together this song. Lachesis' Bargain, the song that you've been chasing since all the way back in the dungeon of the Black Dragonflight Syndicate. The one that Bati has been digging in the wrong place for. And it comes together for you, finally. This whole song. The measure of people's lives. You think of your companions and think of what all that they've gone through. And think of the measure of their lives. These faces around you, staring down at you as these notes, these motes of water and light and moonlight falling to the ground. The measure of their lives and the lives of so many people along the way that you've met or lost. And as the song finishes, this tune of both sorrow and joy, of despair, of happiness, the ups and downs that you yourself have experienced. You close your eyes and you can feel a vision all but download into your mind. It's over in an instant, but you can't quite grasp it after everything you've been through today. You know it's there, though. And you now have a song, the second chord of fate, Lachesis' bargain. You will find it in your handouts. But you know that what it is able to do is allow you to follow the thread of a person's fate, harnessing their future to affect their past, to affect their present at the cost of their past. You may impart one legendary resistance or legendary action on a creature within 60 feet as a reaction. The legendary action is unrestricted and does not encumber later actions. The cost being that the affected creature's proficiency bonus becomes 0 for the next 1d4 rounds. As you pull out on their future, it erases the training from their past. You all hear this song, another one of Iska's performances of a chord, like nothing you've ever heard. And while Iska is lost in the music, the voices that are frozen, the statues' voices frozen with mouths open, don't seem to be screaming anymore, but singing a chorus. There is a strange peace, micro changes in their faces that seem to now convey that they are no longer lost, that the strands and strings of their lives did not just disappear. They've returned to the threads of fate. And that... Oop, go ahead.
Just real quick, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Just to have some little thing to finish on. As she finishes performing and begins to turn away from the water, just kind of closing her eyes for a second, still hearing the drops of condensation forming the notes of the song, but knowing eventually they'll come to an end. She still knows Bati is out there. She has no idea where he is, how quickly he could be here. And she just raises her bowstring again real quick and draws it and casts a thunder wave, splashing some of the water up onto the walls and the ceiling. So the notes that are playing are no longer the same notes of the bargain. Whatever notes they play now, it's her song. And Bati will never have this chord.
The water splashes up. You see some of the notes affected by the thunder fall early, others now muddled, and while there is this dripping sound, it's almost like when you shake a tree that's been out in the rain, there's this sort of cascade down that's now replaced with just sort of random droplets. The amount of water that fell, though, is far more than that was splashed up. And as you look down at your feet, you see that the pool is filled to overflowing, and a small trickle of water begins to run down that ancient stream bed, where it will eventually find its way to Sethanane's mirror. And that, we good? Any other? With that, we'll end our session. Sorry we went a little bit over, everyone. Hope everyone enjoyed our story today. And we'll go around real quick and let people tell us where they can find them and have any comments on the session. Let's go ahead and start with Tree Hugging Druid.
Hello. I'm Dragon Druid. You can find me on Twitter. I don't really tweet things, but I retweet when things are happening. You can also find me on Seb09's Mixer channel for Legacy of Echian, where I play a bard rogue named Gypsy, who I said her name earlier. Things happened. She might be dead. We're fine.
Next up, we have Good Guy Pie.
Hello, everyone. I'm Good Guy Pie, and made a bit of an oopsie, thinking I had a chance to get against 1v1ing our thing. But
That's hilarious.
but I had my party with me, so everything went. I don't know what I was expecting, to be honest. I thought, oh, I'll just jump in there. What's the worst?
Y'all did really well. That could have gone very differently.
That could have ended awfully. I survived 3 attacks of it by myself, so I'm happy with that. Anyway, you can find me Good Guy Pie on the Twitches, Too Good To Guy on the Twitters, and you can find me on the Boldies channel as we're starting up our lovely Pokemon game again. Once I think we're moving to Tuesdays now, so you can see me there.
Next up, we have Energy9.
Hey, I'm Energy9 on Twitch, where I live stream stuff, which currently is mostly Stardew and occasionally Slay the Spire, like I mentioned earlier. Next week it'll be Kingdom Hearts 3, of course. Prepare for swearing. I'm also on Twitter, Energy98. I tweet stuff sometimes, repeat the pun of the week when I remember to do that. And yeah, stay hydrated.
Cool. Penfold Blue, if you're still out there, just want to say thank you for the subscription. Sorry I missed it when it came through earlier, but thank you. Next up is Bird vs. Plane.
Hey folks, I'm Bird vs. Plane. I was playing Escatal and I had a real good time with this one. You can find me on Twitter or Twitch at Bird vs. Plane, where I'm playing a whole mess of games like Divinity 2 with Tall Squall, Horizon Zero Dawn, a bunch of other junk I want to get started with. Probably a Resident Evil playthrough at some point, because hey, I need to scream constantly. Yeah, come check me out those places.
Sweet. Next up, Templar Warden.
Hello, I am Templar Warden. I was playing Hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi wizard who is not a lich. You may find me pretty much anywhere on the internet as Templar Warden. You may find me on Twitter at Rainer Templar. I don't do much there except retweet mostly. And of course, you may find me here every week when this is on. It's good, fun, terrifying session. It was back to normal.
Glad you enjoyed it. Last up, we have Dragons or Cats.
Hello, everyone. I am Dragons and Cats. You can catch me on the Twitters and on the Twitches as Dragons and Cats, and I was playing Vidar Lycran, the shooter of moons, the resistor of mind screwery, and it was good fun. It was a good fun session. I wasn't expecting to be an aboleth in the swimming pool, but you know.
No one ever expects an aboleth in the swimming pool.
No, I'm going to go to the pool today, and I'm going to stay away from it. Actually, no. Slimy tentacles coming out from boiling hot water. Great. Nightmare fuel. Hi. But yes. That's Dragons and Cats. Great session. Can't wait for next week.
Awesome. I am Tall Squall. Hope you guys had a wonderful time, enjoyed our story today. I certainly had a lot of fun telling it for you guys. And we are going to go raid our buddy Scraticus Academy. Send you guys over there. Thank you all for all your donations today. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for previous donations that we now got to see, a couple of which actually came in handy today. And also there actually was another donation that came into effect today that was given long ago by Mr. Kentucky Hawkeye. So I hope you enjoyed that as well, Hawkeye. And we're going to send you all over to our good Betty Scraticus. Throw a flex in chat if you got one. If not, throw whatever emote you want. And we will see you Raid Scraticus. That's right. Did that go? Yep, that went. We're going to throw you all over there, and hope you all enjoyed it. Until next time. Whoa.
Did you spell it right? Because it's a weird kind of thing.
That is.
You spelled Scaticus. That's an incredibly rude thing to say about it.
Oh,
Oh no!
oops.
Oops. But it was
Streamer, everybody.
apparently someone
Oh.
entirely different. Okay, let's try that again.
Oh, that could go wrong.
So let's try
There
that
we
one more
go.
time.
I got it. I'm a mod,
We
so
got
I
it.
can do
Oh,
it.
Okay,
You
you
saved
can
it?
these mods. Yes, follow
We got it.
my mods as they take you to Scraticus Academy for us to go raid them because they are pro streamers. And yeah, we're already there.
Unlike us.
Here we go. Toodaloo.
That was
Get at it.
awkward.